Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of the Ervin Laszlo's Global Upshift Summit. My name is Nora Cesar. I'm going to be your host today. We have a very packed, full day, again, just like with day 1. So let's get started. If this is your first time joining us at the Global Upshift Summit, welcome. If this is your second time, welcome again and welcome back. As you know, Ervin Laszlo is a renowned thinker and leader in global transformation for over half a century. With his groundbreaking research and insights and decades of experience, Dr. Laszlo is really at the forefront of all the consciousness studies, and he guided countless people towards a better future, a better self-understanding, coherence. So we are just so happy to have him as the leader of this Upshift movement, Upshift Summit, Upshift conversations, because this is what it's all about. His work is emphasizing on conscious evolution, and he's always offering a fresh perspective on humanity's path forward. So you probably registered to the summit, and if you haven't done it but you're still seeing the video, make sure that you go to the upshiftsummit.com website and register. Once you do that, you not only get the emails about each day's information and the list of speakers, but you're gonna get a free PDF book titled Our Sacred Mission, which is Dr. Laszlo's latest book, and he's offering it for you for free. So make sure you do that. And not only that, but you can join a special Facebook group, which we have around 700 members so far. So that's very fun, and we have like-minded people there. You can talk to other people, make new friends. So I think that's a really nice thing to do. So as our slogan is, become inspired, empowered, and equipped with these kinds of new tools that our wonderful speakers are going to talk to you about. So first of all, it's important to contribute meaningfully to yourself first and foremost, and then you can upshift yourself, your friends, your family, your business, and even have a global impact. Thank you so much for joining us today. So today is day 2 of the Global Upshift Summit. You are going to see conversations between Ervin Laszlo and various guests. First guest is going to be Rollin McCraty from HeartMath. Then we're going to have Riane Eisler, then Steve Farrell, then Dr. Jude Currivan, then Christopher Van Buren, and then finally Jackie Woodside. We're also going to have a beautiful meditation session today. I hope that you can join us for that. Okay, so here we go. Let's watch day 2 videos from the Upshift Summit. First of all, we're gonna have Dr. Rollin McCraty from HeartMath. If you're not familiar with the HeartMath Institute, I highly encourage you to check out their website, heartmath.com or HeartMath Institute. And Rollin is not only a scientist there, but he is the executive vice president of the HeartMath Institute and the director of research. So his primary interests include the psychology of emotion, especially the mechanism in which emotions influence together the cognitive processes. So this conversation between Dr. Laszlo and Rollin McCraty is going to be about how the behavior, health, and global interconnectivity between people and Earth and the whole energetic system works. And it's a very interesting conversation, and he's gonna share the latest results from his newest research that they've done with trees. So let's watch it together.
You'll be the first to see this because we haven't shared this publicly yet.
Oh, can you explain what's going on here?
Sure. Well, this is an experiment where we have 4 trees outside of our laboratory that were planted at the same time, not the same species. about 20 years ago. And as part of our global tree project, where we're measuring the electrical activity or potentials of trees all around the world, this was an experiment we did locally here. So 4 trees are being monitored that are all in a row next to each other. And then we randomly picked one of the trees that would have a small group of about 8 people would send love to it for 10 minutes each day for 6 days. And so the blue, red, and green are the 3 control trees that weren't having love sent to it in this row of trees. And the one on the bottom in black is the tree that was having love sent to it. And you can see right after the first day, day 1 at the bottom in the little dashed line, is the tree had a huge response to that love being sent to it. And one of the ways that we know when trees are happy, you could say, if I can say it that way, or responding, is when the circadian rhythm is more stable and the amplitude is increased. So you can see a huge difference here between the 3 control trees and the tree having love sent to it. So this is one of a number of studies we're doing to really show the power of love and how not only people but nature, trees and plants respond to love energy.
Oh, this is extremely significant. We're talking about a relation to nature, a relation to trees in particular, but we have seldom proof what that relationship means in terms of our feeling, our relation to that tree being in terms of love translated as an electromagnetic signal. I mean, this is fantastic. If this could be reproduced and shown, because that would change our attitude toward trees, not just inanimate greenery things, but really living beings that respond to us, that are living as much as we are living and can be just as much in need of or welcoming love and affection, warmth, like human beings do. If that can be shown, that could change our attitude of the skeptics who say that all this love is just bunk. I think we have here something that we should reproduce as much as possible, Mark. I hope you and your group, your team will do that.
Well, that sounds like a great introduction for today's video, and we are doing the Upshift conversations with Ervin Laszlo and friends. And today, as you've seen already, dear audience, we have a very interesting person. His name is Rollin McCraty. So I'm going to introduce him a little bit, although this short presentation should have already been an amazing introduction of his work. But I would like to let you know that he's a scientist, he's a psychophysiologist, and the executive vice president and director of research at HeartMath Institute. He is the member of the Global Coherence Steering Committee and project coordinator for the Global Coherence Monitoring System. His primary interests include physiology of emotion, especially the mechanisms by which emotions influence cognitive processes, behavior, health, and the global interconnectivity between people and the Earth's energetic systems. He has been with HeartMath Institute since its founding in 1991. He's working on different research. As you have seen right now, they're working on the trees and what it means if we send love to them. And he has been instrumental in researching and developing the HeartMath system of tools and technology. His research on heart variability and heart rhythm coherence has gained international attention in the scientific community and is helping to change long-held perceptions about the heart's role in health, behavior, performance, and the quality of life. Rollin, thank you so much for being here with us.
Oh, it's my honor, and I'm happy to be here.
So, Ervin, where would you like to take this conversation today?
Well, it's a fascinating topic of very great importance because the implications are tremendous. our attitude to nature, in particular to trees, is fundamental for the health of this planet, for the health of the human beings who inhabit this planet. And to understand that relationship is real, that trees and other plants, a lot needs to be discussed and discovered yet, but I would assume that probably all living organisms, whether they are plants or human beings or orangutans or whatever, they all respond to love. They all send and receive attitudes, feelings that can be expressed as love. You know, the idea of feeling has to be resuscitated. It's not just believing that it's something nice. On Saturday evenings, things talk about how nice, have a good feeling about others or about nature. But feelings are essential for our well-being, even for our being on this planet. Interestingly enough, the great philosopher Whitehead, Alfred North Whitehead, used the term feeling to understand our relation to actual entities. Actual entities are everything that deserves, that emerges and lives on this planet. Even on the universe, I would say, Whitehead would say. And actual entities are us. We are an actual entity. And trees are actual entities as well. And the relation to each other and to trees is a relationship of one of these entities to the others. If it's subdued, if it's manifested, toned by love, by warmth, by welcoming presences, it changes fundamentally both the sender and the receiver. Whitehead further used the term not only feeling but prehension. An animal can be sometimes prehend its prey, but it's not really perceiving it, but taking it onto yourself. Be making part of yourself, what you perceive, what you experience, to prehend it. Prehend with love is something that we should remember as a part of our dictionary, part of our vocabulary. We have to turn with love to each other. In that way, the planet will flourish, will move upwards. We are part of an evolutionary trend. And this evolutionary trend has been contested, has been said that it's now negative. We just have more and more conflict. But we don't see the trend that's truly the canonical trend that underlies it all. This canonical trend is up, because the negative elements are really ripples on a wave. There's a master wave, which we call evolution, the evolution of life toward higher levels of coherence and connection, and the ripples that manifest conflict, aggression, and full misunderstanding, and even diseases. That is a set of ripples on a master wave. The canonical trend has to be recognized. You have to step back for a moment, and that's all I want to say, and then hand it over to Mark. I just want to say how important it is to have an overview, to step back, not only see but in front of our nose directly, because then we'll see mostly conflict, mostly aggression, violence, war. If I stand back a little bit, look deeper, look wider, look higher, then we will see that there is more to this universe, more to evolution than just negativity. There is evolution upwards. The trend of evolution is toward integration of elements in coherent wholes. If we participate in that, we flourish. Nature participates in that. There is no nature that will be negative. It wouldn't arise. All nature is moving in an upshift direction, upshifting toward a higher level of coherence, of oneness. And that on the human level is manifested as the feeling of love. Thinking, right, but feeling even more important. It takes precedence over thinking. If you can start feeling how our feeling affects the world around us, then we'll do our job as conscious human beings who know that evolution can be made conscious, can be steered to the direction in which it embraces all living things on the planet. Not only me, I come first, and never, they will take the rest. But evolution means that, the true evolution means that we all together form a unit, a quantum system, where every part is connected with every other part. Truly super coherence. All things within and without are connected, and we can be part of it. And our relation to trees shows that this is true. The way we relate to trees, it shows up in the trees. It will show up on the surface, on the conditions of life on this planet. This is our job to pursue this forward. And Mark is doing a pioneering work with his experiments on showing how, in this particular instance, how our relationship to trees, how our sending love to trees actually changes the relationship, actually changes the electromagnetic, electric profile and fundamental of the trees. This is proof that nobody can dispute, and this should be taken seriously. Mark, thanks very much for coming on this and talking about the possibility that there could be on a deeper level, on a wider, broader level, an upshift that we need to perceive. And we need to have proof in some kind of, even skeptics can understand that there is such an upshift happening right now. Both for coming on this show and for talking about how our relation to trees can actually change our relation to nature and why this is so important in today's world. Thanks for coming on here, Rollin, and let's hear what your thoughts on this.
Well, thank you, Ervin, and I couldn't agree more with what you've said, and what a great way to start this conversation. Because from my perspective, the key to the upshift is love, learning to love more, and I think it's as people learn to love more, it's really the only way we're going to rise above the separation that is going on, which to me is part of the shift. There has to be some discord, and a period of chaos for the new to emerge, the new upshift. And how I think of love, just to start here, is that, well, first of all, love to me is intelligent information. It is the organizing principle or intelligence behind the universe that is driving us towards increased coherence. It is that creative force. But in terms of our human experience and our feelings, and you're absolutely right, which I can say as a psychophysiologist, that emotions happen first, and they really are what drive our thoughts, usually that people don't understand that. But what I found really helpful for people to understand more about that aspect of love is to think of it like an octave, like a musical octave with a lot of different frequencies or notes. And so at the top, kind of within that love spectrum, is compassion, would be a higher frequency note within the love spectrum. Kindness, gratitude and appreciation, respect, higher dignity. These are all, and many more, but those are the aspects of love that we as humans can experience and evolve more into, to having more of that in our day-to-day lives. And now I said frequencies, and a lot of people would say, well, what are you talking about there? But one aspect of our research that we did back in the 1990s is when you put electrodes on the body to measure the electrocardiogram, or the head to measure the electroencephalograph. Those are called electro because we're literally measuring the flow of electricity, of electrical current. That's what electrodes see. But whenever there's a flow of current, you create a magnetic field. And one of the qualities of magnetic fields is they go through things. That's why cell phones work indoors. My previous career was a communication engineer, so we know our phones work indoors, right? You can even be in an elevator. So it's the magnetic component that's going through the walls and the windows and so on and carrying that information. Well, I've come to understand that nature beat us to all of this technology we have. So we can measure the field of the heart whenever the heart beats. The electrodes see the current, but to measure the field, you need a different device called a magnetometer. And you can measure the heart's field quite a few feet away from the body. And we were able to show that our different emotional states, what we feel inside, don't stop at the skin. We are literally broadcasting them, and we can detect them out here in space outside the body and analyze the frequency of the information being carried by those. So I really can say that these frequencies of love are a higher frequency, than lower emotions like anger and hate and frustration and so on. Now, and then we've been able to show that our feelings towards others are directly related to our getting in sync with one another physiologically. And when we synchronize with others, especially when our hearts get in sync, our heart rhythms get in sync, that's really the key to, or the ground state of pro-social behaviors, really hearing each other at a deeper level. So deeper communication, these kinds of connections. And the other piece I would add in the short time we have here that our research has also shown, without going into all the scientific detail, this is all published in journal articles and things, but when we get into what we call a heart coherent state, which we naturally go into when we're actually feeling love or compassion, kindness, these types of emotions, that takes our physiology into what we call heart coherence. And coherence means a harmony or alignment between all the parts. And in a very measurable way, the heart and brain become more in sync with each other. Now, that's important because another line of our research has shown that I'm going to say it this way. I'm going to suggest we have two hearts here, the physical heart and what we call the energetic heart, which has also been called the spiritual heart for eons. But the energetic heart is kind of the master regulator, if you will, at the energetic level of our because we're really multidimensional beings. We have to be to be a living system. But the energetic heart that connects us with that larger part of ourself, our higher dignity, those higher vibrations of love that can lift, our normal. Well, to me, this is what the evolution of consciousness is about: is becoming connected with our larger part of our own undivided wholeness, as David Bohm would put it, that lifts us above the lower frequencies so that we can learn to get along with each other, even if we don't agree with someone, right? So it is going to take, I think, a shift in mass consciousness. Well, it is going to take that for us to really evolve, for humanity to evolve to our next level, our next step in that evolutionary ladder that Ervin talks so eloquently about.
Stepping on that ladder is absolutely key for flourishing on this planet.
Absolutely.
Maybe key to our survival as well.
Yeah.
Because love and feeling are not just personal, idiosyncratic manifestations. They are cosmological principles. The cosmos is operating on the basis of love. Now, this looks like a very esoteric statement, but what I mean by the basis of love, meaning the attraction of one part to the other, so that all together can join in what appears to be a super sensitive quantum system oriented toward higher levels of coherence, expressed through higher levels of love. The hydrogen atom attracting the hydrogen nuclei attracting hydrogen atoms, for example, is already shown that a very selective way, not every electron can be embedded in the shell of a hydrogen atom, but only those that fit into the shell, that integrate there. And everything is in the universe. We can say with the hindsight that we get while looking at the large picture, even though only in our mind, that everything that is based on the mutual attraction.
Mm-hmm.
When that doesn't happen, then it's not a part of nature. Nature, in the cosmic sense, also in the local superatomic sense, means mutual attraction and attraction towards wholeness. I coined the term, actually it's been used before by Stanislav Grof in different contexts. I coined the term which is holotropic, a holotropic attractor. Holos, means whole. tropism means an attraction. The holotropic attraction, I say, is as fundamental as electromagnetism, as nuclear forces, as gravitation, as any of the other forces. It means that the universe does not evolve haphazardly, does not evolve randomly. It evolves when it has a choice, statistically, in a significant way, evolves toward higher levels of integration of diverse elements coming together in devising, creating systems, integrated systems. There can be exceptions to this. Locally, there are. And as I said, when we look at the larger picture, we see the canonical trend, which is toward the attraction of elements into wholeness. If you were for a moment thinking of you're outside of the human setting, stepping outside the planet, and ask yourself, if you look at this planet, look at what's happening on the planet, what do you see? I suggest that if you look closely, you will see war, aggression, misunderstanding, conflict, and all the related negative emotions. If you step back a little bit, look deeper, look wider, then you see the larger trend. The larger trend is that there is an integration of ever more elements into ever more integrated wholes. Humanity, it seems, is organizing itself to live on this planet. 8 billion people learning to live together. That's part of the cosmic evolution. It has many negative short-term appearances, but those are ripples on a pond, on a wave. The master wave is toward integration, and that is proceeding ever since the first living being appeared on the planet, ever since the first living systems appeared in the universe anywhere. This is a constant progression from chaos to cosmos. Cosmos in the classical Greek sense of an ordered whole. The universe is ordering itself, and as conscious beings, we can be part of that ordering process. We can perceive it, we can prehend it, to use Whitehead's terms, and we can feel it. That is what is given to us to perceive and to act on our perception. Not the surface conflict, but the deep syntony, the deep oneness that is being manifested beneath all the suffering and all the chaos of the world today. Your experiment, I'd love to hear a little bit more about that. Your experiments would show very vividly how love will affect living beings like trees. We know how emotions affect water crystals on the Japanese physicists, philosophers, Emoto's experiments on water crystals. Now, through your work in the HeartMath Institute, we can also tell how love affects living plants, trees in particular. And that is acting on the same principles as brought the universe into being. The universe is a coherent whole. This is what Einstein also realized. The most fantastic attitude, most fantastic findings about the universe is that it's coherent enough for us to understand. It's not a random assembly of elements. It's a whole that is being organized, that is becoming organized. We are constantly not just being nature, we are becoming nature. Natura naturans, said the ancients. Nature is always in process of organizing and becoming nature. Nothing is on this level. Everything is becoming. To be part of the positive becoming is a great challenge, is a great task. I would call it the canonical superior supreme task that we have. Sacred task. It's a sacred view of the world. Let me hand it back to you, please, dear Rollin. What advice would you give people? How can we join this upward trend? How can we perceive the deeper reality beneath the surface conflict?
That's a great question, Ervin. And, I was talking earlier about, our kind of more local work, but that then expanded into global type ways. How can we measure this deep fundamental interconnectivity that we have? And if I may, I want to show you one more slide here that's about love, if that's okay.
Please. I love to talk about love. I think that's the basis.
You'll like this one too. So we've arranged a number of tools. I would think of it, scientific tools to measure our interconnectivity. And one of my suggestions anyway, and I'm not the first to suggest this, of course, but is that the magnetic fields that we all live within, the Earth's fields, are one of the mechanisms by which we're all interconnected. Not just humans, but us with plants, with trees and nature and animals. And we've also done experiments there as well. Now, what I'm showing you here, this is a graph from what's called the Global Consciousness Project 2.0. And the way I think of this, Ervin, is a giant, globally distributed scientific instrument of devices called random number generators that are all around the planet. And what many years of research from, you probably know Dr. Roger Nelson, a very good friend of mine, who started GCP1. So he asked me to take this over, and we've completely redesigned this new approach to this. And what this network does, what it has shown, is that when a lot of people feel something, whether it's after a great tragedy that grabs many people's attention, or events that evoke a lot of positive feeling, that these devices around the world, even though they're thousands of miles apart in often cases that are making ones and zeros, become coherent. They start flipping, thinking like coin flippers, but they start flipping ones and zeros at the same time over long time periods. So this is we believe, a measure of global consciousness, or the effect of when enough of us humans feel something together, it creates a kind of a coherent wave in the field of consciousness. This is probably the simplest way I can say this. And what Dr. Nelson had shown was that the number of people involved in an event, a reaction to a large event, is relative to the magnitude of the global response. But in GCP2, we have a new hypothesis, Ervin, and that is it's not just the number of people, but it's how coherent are they, how loving are they, and do they have a shared intention? So what we are building up more and more cases. I'm just going to show you, I'm showing you one here. So the red line you see on this graph over on the right, that's what's called network coherence. And that means how many of these devices, these thousands of random number generators around the planet, are becoming coherent together at the same time over time. So you would expect it, if everything was random, like you were just talking about a minute ago, it would be around zero. Now this is an event, a meditation event that was specifically bringing people together from around the world to add love and compassion to the planetary field, with the intent to help upshift and help lift the baseline consciousness of humanity. And we're finding that intention is important. And right as the meditation begins, you see this beautiful increase in the coherence globally of these devices, and it sustains and goes way on up. And if it crosses the blue line, that means that it was, statistically speaking, a significant event. So we're building more and more examples just like this, where relatively few people who are truly in a heart coherent state with a shared intention really can, in a measurable way, affect these physical devices all around the planet. And these devices, of course, just to tie a little bit more into what you were saying, are the way these random numbers get generated is a process called quantum tunneling. So it's truly a quantum process. So I think this is implying, even though we don't yet fully understand all the mechanisms, more and more scientific models are emerging, as we speak, really, to explain how this effect could actually work, which is a quantum level connection between our humanness and these devices. So this is just yet another one of the ways that we're really looking to show the global interconnection of our collective consciousness, or you can think of it as an extended consciousness. And to answer your question that you asked me, I would say one of the most important things that people can do to really take this to heart, so to speak, would be as often as you can throughout the day, pause, just do an inner check-in and ask yourself, what am I feeding the field? My local field, which is also coupling to the larger global fields. What am I feeding the field? Maybe impatience, frustration because I'm not getting enough done fast enough, or maybe conflicts with a coworker or a family member? Or am I really feeding the field those higher vibrations of love, compassion, and kindness? Is what really our research is clearly showing is what we feed that field matters, right? It has measurable impacts on other people, on nature, trees, plants, as well, but also it's contributing to a collective global field environment that we're also contributing to. And when we can add more coherence, more love and compassion into the global field, what I'm suggesting here is that actually matters in helping affect all other living beings in the field that we all live in, and can help. It's one of the keys, I think, to really facilitating the upshift that we're both talking about. Because as we add more love, more compassion, more kindness into the field, it's a non-local connection between all of humanity that helps others wake up a little more, right? Maybe be tuned more into their heart, become a little more kind and coherent in themselves. So this is going on now, because I totally agree with you, Ervin, even though that if you look at one level, there's more discord than ever in a certain way, at least in my lifetime on the planet. But at the same time, there's more communities, more groups, more initiatives that are bringing people together in love and compassion with the intention to really um, help people, up that next rung of the ladder on the evolution of their consciousness.
That's so crucial what you're saying, absolutely fundamental. This is not an impartial, random universe. This is an oriented universe, oriented towards developing systems that are integrated in wholeness and bound by love.
Exactly.
We can be part of that process if we also feel that. This is a remarkable universe. Einstein said 2 ways to live your life, either as if everything is a miracle or as if nothing is. But we're beginning to see that everything is a miracle. We can be stand in awe of that and respect it. Nature is becoming natural more and more every day, recreating and recreating itself. Natura naturans. Nature is naturing itself into being. And this is a fundamental fact. Why is this universe oriented toward love? Why not oriented towards hate, toward discord, toward violence? Why is this oriented toward love? I don't know. We can give a religious answer, perhaps applying to supernatural principles, but on the level of science, we can see that it is true that from the very first moment of this universe came into being, presumably after the Big Bang, that this universe, everything that everything that takes part of action in this universe, everything that behaves in a preferential way toward coherence, toward connection, toward interaction. It's a remarkable fact, a remarkable universe. Let's be part of it. Let's remark that it is a miracle that constantly generates itself. It repeats itself every moment, every millisecond of the time. And we are a part of it. Experiments that you are showing, these are absolutely critical, Rollin, absolutely critical to convincing people that when they feel love, it is not just imagination, then they truly are becoming in sync with things around it. I came in my young days from music, being a concert pianist, and I know the feeling, what it is. I remember the feeling, what it is when you are in tune with the orchestra around you, when you are playing as one. It's an uplifting feeling. It's an evolutionary phenomenon. And love is much more than just an imagination. It's also much more than just a physiotherapy expression. It is a fundamental truth about the way the universe is built. This is a wholeness-oriented, holotropic universe. This is the message that I'd like to share because we live differently if we realize that we live in a universe that is holotropic in itself, holotropism, oriented towards wholeness. This is a religious insight that is being confirmed in science, and you're helping to confirm it, Rollin. So I'm infinitely grateful to you. Let's see what we can add to this, that the readers might ask, that viewers must ask. How do we access this? Obviously, by seeing your experiments, that you have a very clear answer. But how can most people perceive that this world around us, conflict-bound and disastrous as it is in many respects, is fundamentally a world oriented toward oneness, toward wholeness, and expressed as this most general sense of love. Let's close with this final thought, Rollin. What would be the practical advice? View your experience, obviously, but how can we do it? Can we make many experiments like this ourselves? How can we talk to people when they take this seriously? How can we spread the word that love makes a difference to trees? Trees respond to love. And then we can go from there to say that the nature around us responds to love. And as is our human world around us is a natural world. And this world, if it's suffused with love, becomes a friendly, welcoming place and not a disastrous place of conflict. It's in our importance, our interest to respond to each other and to the nature around us with love, sending love, receiving love. Mm-hmm. Your final words, Rollin, please.
Yeah, well, the how you're really addressing now, Ervin, why HeartMath exists. And it's, of course, not just HeartMath. We're one of a lot of really, I think, systems that are helping people learn to love more. And, you know, I started, I'll say in my career anyway, as a psychophysiologist 30 some years ago, studying, actually we were among the first to really look physiologically what happens when people are experiencing love and compassion. There was hardly any research on that 30 years ago. And that's what led us to discover heart coherence, that when we actually feel love and compassion and appreciation, that it shifts our physiology into an optimal state that connects us with our larger, the intelligence of our own larger self. But what we've certainly found and then developed is a lot of people might have the inner prompting or intuition about love and kindness and these things, but they don't know how. Based on their background, how they grew up, what they were taught, hand-me-down beliefs and so on from previous generations. So that's why HeartMath has really developed the tools and techniques that we have to really give people the how do I actually do that? How do I take self-responsibility for my own conscious evolution? And that's really what the HeartMath tools, which are really simple, are all about. Not that we're the only thing out there, but it's one way that for a lot of people resonate with. And it's also why we do the science of our physiology and the global interconnectivity work is for the people who really need that science is their what they're anchored into, so we're really covering both worlds. And we're also doing a lot to really bring people together to add more love and compassion to the global field. So from my perspective, it takes both. Enough of us really adding these higher frequencies into the field we all live in. Yes, that's important because it's a kind of feed-forward, feedback system, right? The more of us that do that, but enough people have to be learning how to really connect with their deeper heart, and their own larger self, which is the higher vibrations of love, and compassion and these higher vibrations. So, and then also a tool that really facilitates and helps a lot of people on that journey is we then developed very simple, very inexpensive technologies that let people see how coherent are they. And it lets people understand that when they actually feel love and compassion and appreciation, that you can actually see an instant measurable shift in our own physiology that gives us that instant feedback. So that it's called heart rhythm coherence feedback. And there's a number of apps now that make this actually free to anyone. We have an app called the Global Coherence app that allows you to use your phone's camera as your sensor. You can instantly see not only your own coherence, but also the collective's coherence, because it's also analyzing that. And for people just getting started, there's an app called the HeartMath app, simply that simple, that has a lot of tools, techniques in it, and also lets you use the camera's phone sensor. So we're really trying to provide simple practices and techniques and feedback technologies that can be used by anyone, anywhere in the world to really become more loving, more caring, more coherent, in how they approach their day-to-day lives.
So we're gonna send our audience members to heartmath.org, and they can see all the information there and download the apps on to their telephones or their mobile phones or whatever, tablets probably. But do you have maybe a technique that we can close this session with? Like, how do you, when you mentioned that throughout the day you can stop and maybe feel what's going
Sure.
on? Can we do it together?
Sure, we can. I'd be happy to do that if you
Yeah,
want to.
let's do it.
Well, the first step to most of our techniques is called heart focused breathing.
Mhm.
Okay, pretty simple. It looks like it sounds. You put your focus of attention right here in the center of your chest. Pretend you're breathing in and out, and you want to breathe a little bit slower and deeper than usual. And it's going to be, for most people, it's going to be a rhythm of around 5 seconds on the in breath and 5 seconds on the out breath. And that breathing rhythm matches our body's natural, what we call resonant frequency or coherence frequency. But I don't want people counting. That's just to give you an idea of the rhythm. We want you to shift the energy from the head to the heart. Heart focused breathing. Breathing slower and deeper, but find a rhythm that's comfortable. Now, as you continue heart focused breathing, activate a feeling of appreciation or care or love. And just breathe in, draw in that feeling on the in breath. And radiate that feeling out to all of your cells and all of your body. And then radiate that feeling, that higher vibrational feeling of love, appreciation, compassion, care, whatever you're intuitively drawn to yourself, but also out to others. Right? You can direct it to the planetary, to nature, to the planetary field, or you can actually direct and send that higher vibrational feeling to maybe someone that needs a little more healing energy, right? Or to nature, or to the oceans, wherever you feel intuitively drawn to. Now this is a technique that it's really a heart-focused meditation, Nora, that you can do for a minute, right? I mean, I start the morning, or you can do it for long periods, right? To go into that deeper state. And that's really connecting. That's as you get coherent, you see, if you have the technology, you'll see your heart rhythm dramatically change into this coherent rhythm. And when we're in that rhythm, that is automatically synchronizing the activity in our brain, the heart and brain, to get more aligned, right? So then we start getting more intuitive insights.
I already feel it. Yeah, it's beautiful. Wow. Thank you so much, Roland. What an amazing thing to conclude on. I'm really grateful that you are here with us, with Ervin and I, and I'm sure our audience is grateful as well. So
Nora,
yes,
Nora, we are discussing here something which is of fundamental importance, not only to individuals, not only to the given society, but to the world. Because when we improve ourselves, we improve the field around us. We make it more coherent. Coherence as an aim. We are not talking anymore about gold or silver or riches or money or power, energy, brute force. We are talking about frequency. We are talking about coherence. We are talking about sympathy, syntony. We are talking about how the world evolves from randomness to order and how we can be a part of it. You are not only benefiting yourself when you follow in the heart mass instructions, you are benefiting the world around you. And this is the same with all expressions and practices of love. When you love not only yourself, which is important, obviously, not only the world immediately surrounding you, you love the whole universe. You are a part of a tremendous quantum field which is evolving toward coherence. And you can be a positive part of that. That's the greatest reward that anybody could think of. Do good to the world, not only to yourself, but to the world. All the great religions have proclaimed this. Now we can see it in practice. When you do good to yourself, you do good to others. And when you do good to others, you do good to the whole world around you. So on this note, hopefully a positive note, let's conclude this conversation with my very great thanks to Rollin of the HeartMath Institute for coming to discussing the actual concrete implications and experiments that show how love drives the world. Love is the basis on which the world operates. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to being with you again, continuing these discussions in many different aspects. Love is a fundamental aspect.
Thank you, Ervin. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you so much, and thank you for our audience. We invite you to join more episodes of the Upshift Conversation series, and please share it with your friends and family members. And remember, this time when building the new paradigm for humankind, let's include humankindness. Stay tuned and stay attuned. Wow, that was something else. I really enjoyed that conversation. I remember doing the recording for that, and I was just in awe of all the wonderful things that Rollin was saying. So yeah, if you haven't checked out, make sure that you type in HeartMath into your browser and check out all the wonderful things that the HeartMath Institute is doing. So let's move on for the second speaker today. She is the wonderful Riane Eisler. She's the author of many books, but her most famous one, and my favorite one, is The Chalice and the Blade. This is, I think it's the 57th time has been printed in the US, and it has nearly 30 foreign editions. This is one of the most important books that you can read, and I highly encourage for you to check it out. So The Chalice and the Blade. But now we're gonna talk about how to make a better world, and why is it so urgent to do it right now, and what are the next steps. So Riane Eisler is going to talk with Dr. Laszlo. Hello and welcome everyone to the Upshift Conversation series with Ervin Laszlo and friends. Today we have a very special guest, so please welcome Riane Eisler. She is the recipient of many honors, such as the Distinguished Peace Leadership Award, earlier given to the Dalai Lama, and internationally known for her groundbreaking contributions as a system scientist, futurist, and cultural historian. She is the author of many, many books, including The Chalice and the Blade, The Real Wealth of Nations, and her latest book is Nurturing Our Humanity. What a wonderful title. Riane's innovative whole systems research offers new perspectives and practical tools for constructing a less violent, more egalitarian, gender-balanced, and sustainable future. She is the president of the Center for Partnership Systems, which provides practical applications of her work. She is the editor-in-chief of the online interdisciplinary journal of partnership studies published at the University of Minnesota. She keynotes conferences worldwide and has taught at many, many universities. She's written hundreds of articles and contributions to both scholarly and popular books, pioneered the application of human rights standards to women and children, has addressed the UN General Assembly, and consults to businesses and governments on the partnership model introduced by her work. Thank you so much, Riane, for being here with us today.
Well, it's my pleasure to be with you. And I haven't really seen Ervin for such a long time that it's an even greater pleasure.
Ervin, please start our wonderful conversation with our wonderful guest.
Okay, Nora, our kind secretary and coordinator of our global conversations.
I'm not the secretary of NATO, but it sounds good. Let's do this again.
Well, you are the coordinator of this set of conversations and secretary for all the initiatives that you are trying now on the heading of the sacred mission of humanity and the Upshift. These are all big projects that are ongoing, and they are being enriched today, not only by your presence, but also here by our guest, distinguished guest, Riane Eisler. Let me just introduce Riane with a few words of personal nature. I remember walking in to the house at 25700 Carmel Way in Carmel, California, and Shafter Way in Carmel, California. And I see Riane, whom I didn't know at the time, sitting under a tree in the back of the house, while her husband, the distinguished system scientist and biologist, David Loy, was in the front talking with me. Riane was sitting in the back and dictating. She was dictating at the time to a young girl a set of notes that became, in time, the classic magnum opus, Chalice at the Blade, a many times bestseller, and a much cited book worldwide. David has just published his book, The Sphinx and the Rainbow, and I loved that book, and because I loved it so much, I wanted to meet the author, and I went and called up David, and David invited me to the house in California. And so this was a beginning of a friendship that was the three of us, Riane and David and myself. It lasted over decades, and it is flowering today, except that David is regrettably no longer with us. But let me welcome Riane now. Riane, you probably are having something new, as you always do, a new project, but tell us about it. But before you do, just tell us something about partnership. It is so intriguing and seems so important. What do you mean by partnership? Partnership for whom? Not just between Lotus and Chrysler, but partnership between men and women and in the family. What is partnership? To whom does it apply? And how can we best use it in this world, which is so far from being equitable partners, which is much more oriented toward dominance, which you have been decrying for a long time. So, Riane, it's your word now to continue. What is partnership, and how can we become a more partnership-oriented society?
Well, Ervin, that's a big question, and I will answer it by pointing to some of the visuals on our website, which is centerforpartnership.org. And I wish I had them with me, but you can go to them later, perhaps. I have introduced this partnership domination scale, showing that for millennia of our prehistory, we oriented more to the partnership model rather than to the domination model. And of course, partnership doesn't only apply to women and men and everybody in between, to families, but it applies to politics, to economics, to sustainability. In these earlier societies, we venerated our Mother Earth rather than dominating and exploiting her, rather than having, quote, dominion over her, as it says in the Judeo-Christian Bible. But that came later, much later, and it wasn't introduced in the Bible. It happened much earlier. Partnership is really the hope of the world right now, because with the, as you know, the technologies of not only communication, but of destruction of our Mother Earth, of our planet, of our nurture, of where we live, and of course, biological and nuclear weapons, we cannot continue on a dominator course. But we are in the midst of a domination regression right now. And that is all the more reason that we must show that there is a better alternative, and that it's not right or left, religious, secular, Eastern, Western, Northern, Southern, which are all categories we inherited from more authoritarian, from more violent times, and they fragment our consciousness. That it's the configuration of either the partnership or the domination model. And we see in this regression how gender, how family are so emphasized, aren't they? Control, men over women, men over children, male-headed families. And you know that Putin actually reduced the penalty for family violence in Russia in 2018. He gets the connection between an authoritarian, male-dominated, very punitive, violent family and that kind of a state. We have to get it too. So one of our initiatives, and I will stop with this, is Peace Begins at Home. And I'm working hard with a woman who owns a PR agency who's on our board at the center for this, and we're launching it in October 29 of 2025. And I invite you to be one of the patrons of this launch, because it is so important that we connect the dots.
Riane, it is my pleasure to accept. I didn't realize this, but I'm honored by your suggestion. I'm delighted to work with you. You know, I'm very keenly aware that the domination is not the only kind of world that there ever was, and hopefully not ever will be. Where I sit on a hilltop right now in Tuscany, if I look out the window behind the screen, I see the lights of a city which is called Volterra, and it's a city known as a headquarters of the Etruscan civilization, going back before the Roman times. And it's a reminder to me that one can live like the Etruscans lived, true partnership between men and women. All the statues of the Etruscan civilization, the tombstones and all these picture men and women together. Of course, and equal size also, equal importance. Of course, this doesn't apply only to marital relations, and not only even to men and women. You have a much broader concept, and that broad concept of dominance versus oneness in this case. How does this work? How can we create partnership in the world. Seems impossible right now is the political climate, but all the more reason to change and all the more incentives for people to look back for a moment, stop and say, do we want to live in a world in which a few rich and powerful dominate the rest? This is an old-fashioned world that we thought, we hoped we have overcome. Now with the tools we are at our disposal, tools of communication, we can choose alternatives. We can voice what we want and we can live together in a more partnership-oriented ways. I'm sure, Riane, in your Center of Partnership Systems, you have worked out many models, many ways in which people can become more partnership-oriented, not degrading themselves, but lifting themselves up to the level of the other. Together, we can be masters of our destiny. The only thing we can master is and should master is our destiny. The world around us is not to be mastered, but to be created equal and flourishing for all. Tell us in a few practical words, Riane, what models do you have? What did you find? How people can today join a partnership system? People might say, listening to this program, yes, it's fine ideas, but how do we do this? How can we partner? How can we be part of it? A partner in a partnership system. What is an easier, what is the best, what is the most effective way for us to become part of a partnership system? What is your advice?
Well, I have written about this, as you know, in many, many books, in many articles, including a very short article. I'm learning how to write short, because of the social media, people's attention span is so limited. And I will send you the link to that, and maybe you can post it. It was an article for a publication called Compass, which is published by the Futurists organization. And I've also been interviewed by the Scientific American, and I always come back to the same thing. Look, because of our fragmented consciousness, which, we are always fighting one another, right versus left, religious versus secular, Eastern versus Western, Northern versus Southern, and capitalist versus socialist. And I'll talk a little bit about economics, which is one of the 4 cornerstones that I propose. And I'll back up a little bit. There are many trends today towards a partnership system, which consists not only of what happens in families, but what happens in economics, in politics, in society, in education, etc. There was a shift in our prehistory, and all of this is actually in my books. And I can recommend them to you. And Nora was kind enough to introduce some of them. But the point of it is this. Einstein said this. He said, you cannot solve problems with the same consciousness, with the same thinking that created them. So I'll talk a little about my life first. I was always an outsider. I was a refugee with my parents from the Holocaust, and I grew up as an outsider in Cuba, one of the very few places, because we escaped the Holocaust by a miracle, really, and then to the United States. And I always tried to fit in. And then when I started to do the research for the first book, trying to answer the questions of my childhood, which is, does it have to be this way? Yes, there is so much cruelty, so much insensitivity, so much violence, but there's also this tremendous human capacity for caring, for consciousness, for creativity. And yet we're told that there is no alternative, whether it's the story. Think of our stories, which is another one of the cornerstones. The stories are original sin or selfish genes, and it's the same story, even though they fight each other, do they? Isn't it? We're bad, we have to be controlled from the top, as in God-fearing. And so there we are. It's man over man, man over woman, race over race, religion over religion, and yes, humans over nature. And it's even in our sacred scriptures. And one of the projects that I have wanted so much is for religious leaders, progressive religious leaders, because most people in the world identify with a religion, to sort the chaff, which are the ancient teachings of do unto others as you would have them do unto you, of, if you will, feminine teachings of caring, of compassion, and sort the grain from the chaff, which is the overlay in our scriptures, whether they're Hindu or Muslim or Christian or Hebrew, of domination. And that is a very basic project of story. But look, there are many trends towards partnership. Think about all of the worldwide NGOs working for racial equity, for gender equity, because the domination system is based on in-group versus out-group, starting with the in-group of, quote, mankind and the female other, and starting in families. When I was interviewed by the Scientific American, the theme was how authoritarianism and domination in families are interconnected. Why? Because instead of really focusing on the symptoms, which is everything that's going wrong today in the world, my work focuses on underlying causes. And that is when you get to the four cornerstones. It starts with childhood and family. And that's why we're doing the Peace Begins at Home initiative. Because what children neuroscience, and this is in my latest book, Nurturing Our Humanity, which, by the way, was published by Oxford University Press in 2019. And instead of throwing pieces of neuroscience findings at us, it connects the dots. And what it shows is that there is proof from neuroscience that what children observe and experience, and most of it does take place in families, early on in their first years before their brains, much less their critical faculties, are formed, is fundamental to their worldview, whether it orients to partnership or to domination. And if they observe in their families the ranking of male over female, they learn to equate difference, whether it's a difference in race or in religion or in gender, with either dominating or being dominated, with either being superior or inferior, with either being served or serving. And that is one of the reasons for the Peace Begins at Home campaign. And as you can see, gender, we've all been taught that gender is just a women's issue. That's how we've been brought up, right? To domestic violence. I want to change the word domestic violence, the term, to family violence. Violence in the family. You see how it changes? Language, story again. But gender is fundamental because there are only two basic forms in humanity, the male form and the female form, and how their roles and relations are organized. And whether you have these rigid gender stereotypes with nothing in between, even though there have been, for example, gay people forever, that is fundamental, and the people pushing us back get it. They get it. That's why they pay so much attention to gender. So gender is the second cornerstone. Economics, and I promised to talk about it, but maybe we should take a breather here and let you say something. But if you, I'll just give a hint. If you look at both capitalism and socialism, you see that they both challenged actually traditions of domination, but they both also perpetuated what I call the hidden system of gendered values with caring, caregiving, nonviolence, not considered productive work. Consider that, but reproductive, inferior work that is now perpetuated by GDP and GNP. Now, isn't that strange that we leave out of our economic maps the three life-sustaining sectors in both capitalist theory and socialist theory? The household economy, reproductive. Doesn't matter. Even though caregivers work from dawn to dusk. The natural economy, a lot, when a tree that we depend on for life is in GDP when it's dead, when it's a log. That's part of the model. And of course, the community volunteer economy, which is so important. Look at all the NGOs all over the world. And that is a major trend towards partnership, isn't it? The environmental movement challenging man's once hallowed conquest and domination of nature is part of the challenges to the domination system that have been going on now for quite a few hundred years. And we have to show the alternative of partnership. And that was quite a lot.
The very fact that you are showing the alternatives, that you are picking up this thread, picking up the challenge, is a demonstration to my mind that the domination model is not the final word. It is being channeled. It can be championed, and it can be channeled, and can be challenged. And it is being challenged today. This is the reason why we are talking today in a framework of conversations which are called the Upshift conversations. I think the very fact that we are challenging the economics model and the family model and all the other models of domination is an indication that we are on the way to an upshift, that we are moving out of this dead-end street, which was in the tradition, on the worst tradition actually, always dominating everything else, domination. I think we are now on the point where we are ready to challenge that model, and that to actually we have actually imparted now. We have departed on and another way of existing, the way of partnership, moving from downshift to upshift. Upshift is the way that evolution works. Evolution is integration of opposites, not domination of one to the other. Every system that evolves in nature is based on the integration of various elements into harmonious whole, into whole systems. This is what we call systems. This is what we, in so many decades, with Riane and your husband, David Loy, we have been talking about systems, general systems, because systems are not based on domination. Systems are based on integration, on cooperation, on creating wholes that are bound together by feeling, by appreciation, by love, finally, so that we know that we are all part of it. This recognition of partnership is really leads all the way up to the universe. We are part of on this planet. The adventure of evolution on the planet is an adventure in partnership, of moving forward together, moving hand in hand, creating larger and larger wholes based on appreciation, based on working to cooperation, and based ultimately on love, the feeling of love that we have for one another, for each partner feeling the love for the other. That is a solid basis for creating partnership. Everything else, when it is based on tradition, when it's based on the hearsay, or is based on personal gain and or even social and economic gain or political dominance, this is all just to be swept out of the way. Doesn't last. It's not stable. The only thing that's stable is the evolutionary way, integrating opposites into ever larger and more symphonic, more sympathetic, and working together, symmetrical wholes that are more than the sum of their parts. That is what we are working today. This is what we are challenging here and now, as you speak, against the domination model, and in way toward the model of cooperation, working together. That is what you are showing already. We are moving from the downshift to a higher level, to an evolutionary level, where ever higher, more complex systems work together. You and David Loy, our former husband, passed away, was one of the persons I most admired in this world. A systems biologist. He described it many times. And I think you are sharing in your partnership ideas that same common insight, introduction into what truly is reality, the evolution of wholes based on love and partnership. You're challenging this, and your challenge here is very vital, and it's important for us to pick up and to carry forward, because the way forward is only the way of evolution, which is integration, and not the way of domination, which is that of power and force. Thank you again, Riane, for coming online for us to discuss this. Please give us closing words of great value, what you would say. Today, we have in front of us a choice of which one seems much more likely than the other, the dominance. How can we challenge that? How can we make a true choice of life and love? And that is the task of this series of conversations and all the initiatives that we make under the heading of Sacred Mission, Humanity's Sacred Mission. This is the current initiative. It's the title also of my book and of many other initiatives. Sacred Mission. Sacred Mission, I would say, is to create a partnership-based society that I believe is something worthy of being a mission, a unique mission higher than anything else. That's why we can call it sacred. Riane, please tell us once more, what chances do you see? How can we move forward toward partnership in society? Partnership between men and women, between rich and poor, between East and West, and between all the opposites, integrating them into harmonious wholes rather than suppressing one in favor of the other. That's the task, that's the challenge. How do we go about realizing this?
Well, I've mentioned the four cornerstones. What I didn't mention are two things. One is trauma, which is built into the domination system, starting in families. Children are traumatized, women are traumatized, boys are traumatized. And then the very traumatized boys become men, and they think everything is in-group versus out-group. and punitive. And there have been studies, and they're in Nurturing Our Humanity showing this. But the first thing that we have to do, really, and we can all do this, is change our stories, change our language, and change our misconceptions. For example, there is the misconception that the alternative to a domination system is a completely flat organization. And that isn't true. There are hierarchies in partnership systems, but I had to coin new words for them. They're hierarchies of actualization rather than hierarchies of domination, hierarchies in which respect, accountability, benefit don't just flow from the bottom up, but both ways, in which power is not only power over, but power with and power to, using our creative power to create a partnership society, not perfect, but a society that in which difference, as I said, is not equated with superiority or inferiority, with dominating or being dominated, with being served and serving. And we're back to gender. Let's pay attention to these four cornerstones and lay foundations, because every society, and the people pushing us back are showing this, is founded really on these four cornerstones of childhood and family, of gender, of economics. What do we value? And we know that accumulating more and more and more possessions doesn't fill our human yearning for caring connection. You know, it's really interesting how science, two physicists just got a Nobel Prize, as you know, for showing entanglement, interconnection. That's reality. And of course, story and language, economics and story and language. I feel that we must all, it's funny, people hear of this systems approach. And by the way, you and David have contributed so much to this systems understanding, as you say, of systems, not just one thing here and one thing there, but putting it all together and seeing that we're talking about really a continuum of partnership and domination, and that the domination system is taking us to an evolutionary dead end. What you point out so much, what David, who worked on moral sensitivity, and he dispelled one of the stories about Darwin, that Darwin, emphasized the survival of the fittest, with the fittest being the meanest. Nonsense. In his book on the descent of man, he was a product of his time. He used terms like man and mankind, rather. And we have to really pay attention to language, because it subsumes and makes invisible woman, which is half of the species, and the, quote, feminine. But David showed that Darwin actually apologized for using survival of the fittest. 3 times he wrote about it only. He mentioned it in Descent of Man, and one time it was to apologize for using it. So we have to really re-examine, quote, reality, and understand that trauma and denial, whether it's climate change denial, whether it's election result denial, whether it's COVID-19 denial, is part of the domination system, isn't it? We start in our families and continues.
David actually showed that Darwin used the term love far more than he used fit or fitness. Actually, David showed that Darwin was an evolutionary thinker and not one of the old-fashioned one. You or I, you or me, rich or poor, wealthy or disinherited. We are on the threshold of another system of belief, but more than that, of another way of looking at the world. Even more than that, another world itself. It has its own language. This is the language of evolution, truly. Integration of opposites, integration of diversity, not the domination of one over the other. Integration motivated by affection, by recognition of mutual value, ultimately by love, disenfranchised and hopelessly unconditioned, or rather love actually based only on insight rather than on immediate gain of one over the other. We are on a point of a bifurcation. We talked about this many times. The bifurcation to move in your terms from domination to partnership. In my terms, from mechanistic thinking based on power to evolutionary thinking based on integration of opposites, not one over the other, but together. Together we can create a higher reality. We are creating it. As you yourself point out, Riane, there are so many movements today and there's sprouting force, despite the surface violence, sprouting force, looking for ways out, looking for cooperation. We are becoming a planetary species. We are becoming a species which, whatever it does, affects all of mankind, all of humankind, all of life on Earth, actually, affects the entire planet. We are becoming a planetary species, and we have all the birth banks of creating such a species. That's a big step, moving from the I or you to the we and to the us. And there are many birth banks, and we can only hope that we can manage not to go down in one of these painful episodes, but to be able to move forward, to join forces, integrate to a higher level of organization, of oneness, creating the we society, creating the evolutionary humanity. We are doing it. It is there. We just have to perceive it. We have to see it, open our eyes. So many ways that humanity is becoming organized on this small planet, trying to find ways of living together. Every trauma, every cataclysm opens another door to say, try this, go this way, not that way. Challenges, going down or up. This has this positive side. We are moving up already. We are on an upshift level already. Because beneath it all, there is this tremendous movement toward finding ways in which 8 billion people, human beings can live on this planet. We are trying to find it, and that's new, historically new. Never before all the people, all societies have been involved, recognizing that we are all part of the same system. We are all systems on carrying forward life on Earth. Thank you for joining this conversation, Upshift conversation, an evolutionary challenge that you are posing, Riane. And this is what we have to pick up. We have to consider, we have to find it, find a way to move forward, as evolution does, moving to higher and higher levels of oneness, of integration, of working and existing, and then further developing together. This is our challenge, and this is our hope. And thanks for your tremendous contribution, Riane, to this great cause, a sacred mission indeed of humanity. All my best to you and all your partners in this great venture.
And thank you so much, Ervin, for everything that you do. Upshift.
Well, as ever, what a compelling note to conclude on. Thank you so much, Riane, for being our guest today, and we are thanking our worldwide audience. From whatever nation state or emotional state you might be in, this is the place to tune in. We invite you to join us for more episodes of the Upshift Conversation series. The bravado of our ego has historically gotten the better of us. So remember, this time, when building that new paradigm for humankind, let's include humankindness. Stay tuned and stay attuned. Another wonderful conversation. I just loved it. I remember doing this recording, and it was just so nice to see two friends, Ervin and Riane, just reminiscing about different times when they were together and working together. They still work together. If you check out Riane Eisler's various initiatives, you can see that Dr. Laszlo is always supporting her and her important work. Probably more important than ever. So now up to our third speaker, Steve Farrell. You probably know him as the head of Humanities team. If you haven't, I highly encourage you to type into your browser Humanities team. From the pinnacle of Silicon Valley success, he became the co-founder of Humanities team, which is something very different. He talks about this in his new book, A New Universal Dream, and I highly encourage you to have a read because it's actually very fun to see how people's interests change over time and how he's saying that he realized that helping people awaken everywhere and to realize that global interconnectedness is something that he did not expect his journey to be. From the American dream to conscious leadership, this is something to talk about. Let's see the video. Hello everyone and welcome to the Upshift Conversations with Ervin Laszlo and friends. And today we have a very special guest. His name is Steve Farrell. And I'm so happy to finally have Steve on the show. We've been trying to schedule this for such a long time, but we are doing it now. And Steve, I'm going to talk a little bit about your work, and then you and Ervin just gonna go and talk about anything that you guys want, because you two always have wonderful conversations, and it's about time that you guys talk again. So from Silicon Valley success as co-founder of two high-tech firms, Steve Farrell pivoted to lead Humanities team, a global nonprofit helping people everywhere awaken to our interconnectedness. After contributing to the Gold Nautilus Award-winning book, Our Moment of Choice, Evolutionary Visions and Hope for the Future, Steve details his own journey from the American dream to conscious leadership in his new book, A New Universal Dream. Steve and Humanities team offer educational programs in business, science, spirituality, creativity, relationships, healing, and conscious living through multiple platforms, including their Humanities Stream Plus streaming service. Today, Humanities team has approximately 700,000 friends in over 150 countries. And as a podcast host, global speaker, and an authority on conscious business, Steve challenges and teaches other leaders to align their businesses and themselves to conscious leadership principles. Steve, welcome to the show.
Nora and Ervin, thank you so much for having me. Been looking forward to being with you.
Sure, Steve, it has always been my hope that we can really sit down and talk quietly about what is really dear to us, what is on our heart. We have been in contact roughly through the internet mainly, and we are working together, and I appreciate that very much. But I think there is nothing, no substitute for really sitting down and looking at each other and speaking about what is really dear, important for us. Let me say right away one thing. You talked about interconnection, yes, and I agree with you. That is a tremendous wave of interconnection. But more exactly, when you look at it, you'll find that what is more emphasized today, which is a mistake, is connection and not yet interconnection. But we have connection, but we have not enough interaction, really the kind of action that can bring us to make us one, you know. So this one-sided evolution, new technologies put us in contact, but they don't make us integrate with one another. That's why we have all these wars and all these interludes and aggressions and conflict and misunderstanding. We are together through the communication networks, but we are not one. We are not moving toward oneness. It seems to me that this is a one-sided evolution that is really our job, our task on this planet to try to correct, try to overcome. We have a sacred mission to create more interconnection, more interaction that is truly interaction toward oneness, toward wholeness on the planet. It's not enough just to talk. Otherwise, we just air each our own prejudices and our sides of the story without taking care of what the other side thinks and wants to do. Evolution is two things always, two processes simultaneously according to my mind. One is the connection, bringing things into communication, and one is the interaction, the interconnection in such a way that the connecting partners are moving toward a wholeness, toward a reciprocal relationship whereby they can act as one. We have 180 or more nation states on the planet, and they are all in contact, but how many are truly interacting in such a way that they create a common good, a common basis for action? We need to bring up the other side of the story of evolution, not just connection, but interaction, in such a way that this planet can be a sphere of peace and harmony and understanding that is sadly lacking today. Now, the conclusion, let me just say this other point, and I'll send it over to Steve. The conclusion that therefore we are not upshifting, they're not moving toward a higher level of evolution, is a false conclusion. It's a mistaken one. I think we are in the middle of evolution, of an evolutionary wave, but we don't perceive it, and therefore we only act on one side of it. This evolutionary wave is to bring forth systems that are more and more complex, but also more and more harmonious, and one that is evolution bringing toward higher level systems, building from the atoms to the molecules, to the cells, to the cellular organizations, to the whole galactic network. Evolution is bringing us together, and not only side by side, not only in contact. So our sacred mission, to my mind, is to correct the evolutionary process today. We are in the middle of it, but we don't perceive it. We act as though there will be only war, only aggression, only misunderstanding, if that would dominate. Yet that is only part of the picture. The canonical trend, the basic trend, seems to be to move people and societies together, toward each other. That this creates tension, that this creates aggression also, unless it's unless it's common, unless it's manipulated, unless it's balanced by interaction, which is mutually harmonious, mutually tuned, bring us together into real togetherness, rather than just sit there and get in contact. The contact can create the kind of interludes that we had at the White House not long ago, where you have people just sitting side by side, and instead of interacting, just they're accusing and fighting each other. This is the one-sided evolution. It is evolution because it is creating contact. Now we are a planetary species already. Already everything we do reverberates throughout the planet. And this tremendous step forward toward the planetary level is actually the basis for a mission, a sacred mission, to create a higher level of interaction, higher level of unity on this earth. Not just communication, but understanding. And I know that you have been dedicated to humanity's cause all these years and doing a marvelous job. I'm honored and pleased to be a part of it, to have been in contact with you. And I'd like to take care of this point, to take advantage of this point that you're sitting down together, to call attention to the fact that I think to correct our evolution, we have to be aware that it does take place, it does occur. Our mission is to bring to people to understand that we are joining, that we are already in communication with all together, but that we also need to balance that with understanding, with oneness, with wholeness. Evolution creates whole systems, not just interacting bits of elements of this or that. Already a hydrogen atom is a highly integrated system. A molecule built on those atoms is a further integration. And living cells are a paradigm of interaction, of integration of various elements, highly diverse elements. We have to learn to create a kind of a system that is like a living system made up of living organisms, so that on this earth can continue the tremendous evolutionary trend toward wholeness, toward wellness. I think, and I'll end on this note for now, and then get Steve's opinion on it. I think the nature, the universe, is not impartial, is not neutral. It is highly oriented toward creating whole systems, but we have to recognize it. We have to recognize and see that everything that is enduring on this planet is made up of diverse components working together. We have to act like the healthy organism, acting together in communication, but in high level of integration as well. This is, I think, our sacred mission, to call attention to the fact, yes, we are in evolution. Evolution is working, but we are one-sided. We only look at communication, only look at interchanges that bring our own element, that puts us first, to use this famous phrase nowadays. But to put ourselves first means putting everything else in second and last. And that is a dangerous strategy. So now we have a job to do. Steve, you are doing a brilliant part, taking a brilliant part in doing this job of calling people's attention that humanity's theme is for a higher level of evolution on this planet, for the well-being of everyone. I am honored and pleased to be a part of this mission, and like to have your views, your opinion now. How can we proceed together to create a higher evolution, which is ready to unfold, but needs to be recognized, needs to be known, needs to be furthered. That is our job. And I'm pleased to be a part of that job together with you, Steve.
Ervin, yeah. Well, first, let me just say I want to thank you for being the pioneer, I'll call it the grandfather of this whole movement that you call sacred mission, which is what we're on. We are on a sacred mission here. We are on a mission to pass a beautiful planet to our kids and future generations. And there's urgency here because we are not pointed in that direction now. And of course, there are many documentaries, Our Planet, The Sixth Extinction. Most climate scientists would agree that we are currently in a very dangerous direction. So the question becomes, as you mentioned, and what a beautiful history lesson there you share, where you talk about our connection, our lack of action, a one-sided evolution, these things. So as you know, well, first of all, Humanities Team, as you mentioned in your generous introduction, we're 22 years old now as a nonprofit, 501c3 nonprofit. We're global, just as the name Humanities Team suggests. It's who's on Humanities Team? All 7 billion people on the planet are on Humanities Team. We're all the entire species, and actually all of life, because this is really, as you mentioned, Ervin, as you were talking about Humanities Team, this has been our mission from the very beginning, which is to raise consciousness. To raise consciousness to what? And when we talk about conscious living, what do we mean by conscious living? We mean exactly the things that you're speaking to, that, as we know, mystics have shared down through the ages that there's actually a single source of which we are all a part. That there's, you could call it spirit in everything, in all beings, and certainly including ourselves. Plato and Hippocrates were back in the 450 BCE timeframe, 2,500 years ago. I've got their quotes right here. I won't take the time to read these quotes, but they share 2,500 years ago that everything is a part of one thing. Everything is in sympathy, that there's a vibrational universe of which we're all a part. And then Plotinus, who came after them, and then Emerson and Einstein and Schrodinger and Bohm, and the science is affirming what mystics have shared down through the ages. It's true. There's actually a single consciousness with a capital C when we leave the logic center of our minds and allow ourselves to come down into this intentional living, into the wisdom center of our soul. Is kind of how we talk about it in Humanities Team, where we're in connection with this one presence, this single consciousness of which we're all a part. Then we do these things, Ervin, that you came back to over and over here as you were sharing, that we're not getting to action, that you said we're putting me in front of we. Exactly right. We're putting me in front of we. And you may know one of the things here a couple of years ago, we started sharing, this is a Galileo moment right now. Galileo moment. And people say, well, what does that mean? And that was a download that just came to us, Galileo moment. And what it means is, as we know, in the early 17th century, actually right there where you are in Tuscany, we had Galileo with his telescope. Copernicus, years before, had created a theory that the Earth was not the center of the universe. This started the Copernican revolution. And then Galileo comes along with his telescope and his observations, and he says, this is true. The Earth is not the center of the universe. It's in a solar system. And the solar system is not at the center of the universe either. And of course, he paid a hefty price. He was under house arrest to his death because that was a very dangerous thing to share. Now, likewise, today, this is the Galileo moment thing, is just as you mentioned, you said we're putting me in front of we. So our priority is, and we grew up with the science of Newton and Darwin of, oh, everybody else is getting theirs. I'm going to go get mine. Me. I'm going to go, and the Earth is going to be treated like a warehouse, and we're just going to grab resources to get growth, revenue growth, and profit growth at no consideration of the workers, of the Earth itself, and so on, creating this financial desire that these entrepreneurs have. And this is because this whole, we're not understanding ultimate reality, that, again, what mystics shared, what science is affirming, that they're actually, this is going to sound a little shocking, but Again, this isn't me. I'm just sharing what this wisdom is, this research that we do, is that the separated self is in fact an illusion. And this was Albert Einstein's quote in 1921, over 100 years ago. He said, the greatest illusion in the world, it's the illusion of separation. And it's true that it's a vibrational universe where we're deeply, as you mentioned, deeply interconnected, deeply affecting each other. There's no action I can take that won't deeply affect my household and the world around me, especially if I'm running a business. It can affect the whole world. And yet we don't acknowledge that at all, this vibrational universe that we're deeply interconnected with and interrelated with, interdependent with, that we're deeply affecting. So it's for this reason we have many initiatives, and you, of course, have come in, and thank you for being part of the Global Oneness Summit. It's in its 16th year now. We formed a committee at the United Nations called to create Global Oneness Day now. And there's about 25 of us activists. All of them have UN badges. I'm the only one that doesn't yet have a UN badge. I'm working to get one. But we're bent on taking this, we're in the 16th year of Global Oneness Day and getting it on the United Nations calendar. So just like Earth Day, just like the International Day of Peace, so that all over the world, we celebrate oneness, where people say oneness, because this is not a mainstreamed idea. Again, you kind of started this, I think, back in the 70s and 80s. We came along in 2003. And now there are many good organizations focused on this and great leaders, but we're still not in the mainstream with this notion of that the separated self is an illusion, that we're one. And part of the reason we believe that we're going to be successful at the United Nations in getting it on their event calendar is, as we know, they have 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We are not making progress toward those goals. And it's because, just as you were sharing there, this country says, well, I want to do this with this goal. And another country says, well, I want to do that. Everybody's got their own idea. There's no sense of oneness, of diversity and unity. That there's one species, the human species, that is the mammal that's and now leading the evolution of this planet. And where we really see and understand and live into this oneness, that's game changing. So this is this Galileo thing of the Earth is not the center of the universe, that our self, our separate self, is not the center of our life. And if we put it there, it's a grave mistake, because in ultimate reality, there is no separated self. We're living into a false illusion. So this is one of the many projects that we're working on, is to get Global Oneness Day on the United Nations calendar. And of course, Global Oneness Day, as you mentioned in your introduction, Nora, we have the largest streaming platform right now for consciousness raising, masterclasses, and transformational education. And so that the whole planet can come to understand. And of course, Ervin, you have many classes yourself and programs on Humanity Stream Plus. You've got a whole section that's just your section. And then Greg Braden and Nassim Harriman and Bruce Lipton and Lynne McTaggart. So a lot of the scientists, and Ken Wilber, and then, of course, Neil Donald Walsh, Michael Beckwith, the spiritual leaders too. Our view is that there are thousands of paths to this mountaintop of oneness. And we're not trying to create a dogma or dictate, some single path. We have our own way of coming into this understanding that there's diversity and unity, there's oneness, there's conscious living. And the only important thing is that we get there, that we raise consciousness now. So, because if we don't, just as I mentioned here, and I'm going to stop in a second, scientists tell us, just Google it, just Google, say, is there a concern about a sixth great mass extinction? Just Google it. The scientists will say, yes, there is. And the documentaries will say, yes, there is. And of course, Ervin, that's why you give yourself, your fullest self to this sacred mission work, because you're saying, we must do this. This is not optional. This is urgent. It's important. And of course, we're right there with you, which is why it's such a privilege to be on this program with you today.
Steve, this is absolutely fundamental of what you are saying. Let me add one element here that's important to this paradigm shift from separation to unity to oneness. The paradigm shift tells us that there are no things on this planet, in the universe altogether. There are no things that is here, and it has a particular position and location and a particular characteristics. Nothing like that. Nothing thing-like. This is a vibrational universe. And you might well ask, what vibrates? Not things that vibrate. Vibration is what there is. This universe is a system of vibrations. It has been said by people, if you want to know something truly fundamental about the universe, think in terms of frequency, think in terms of amplitude and mass, not separation. I think the shift is very great because it has occurred in 100 years already in science. The shift from thingness to vibrational interpenetration and wholeness. We are part of a vibrating universe, part of a wave sequence, a wave field, and this wave field is advancing. It's not static. The other key element that we need to keep in mind is that the wave field today is a dynamic one. It's not indifferent to what is happening. And what is happening is not indifferent to that. Not everything can happen. Not everything is favored. I think this universe is set in a way, it's a miraculous universe, really, in Einstein's sense. It is set in a way that it favors integration, favors building higher levels, more complex systems, more interacting. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. If this was a purely random chance type universe, we would be part of a cloud of atoms and molecules, and nothing much more complex or interesting. That we are here, that the universe is here, is because the wave fields are integrating, are pulling together, are acting together, and we can join that. We can be part of that. If you move toward integration, toward higher levels of oneness, toward interpenetrating the waves of which we are a part, then we are doing something good for ourselves, but advancing the cause of the universe. Yes, humanity's team has a cosmic mission, and you are fulfilling it. You are set out to do it, and it's the most admirable things I can ever think of. What you are doing. Move from the idea that things are what they are, and they are interacting only in passive space. They are embedded in space. Electromagnetism, gravitation, nuclear forces and fields. They are not individual items which have these properties. They are part of a field. They are part of a gravitational field, of the electromagnetic field, of the nuclear fields, and now I think they need to be recognized as being part of the evolutionary field. I have been talking about for some time now about the Akashic field. The Akashic field, in that sense, is the property of the universe, of state or space, such a property that it favors interactions. It has memory. What happens once, it doesn't disappear completely. And if there are alternative possibilities, the field balances the possibility, the probabilities in favor of integration. The universe is healthy and is moving toward higher levels of evolution. We are the problem in this universe, not recognizing it. We act as though this tendency wouldn't happen. We are a holotropic individual in a holotropic universe. Holos light, wholeness light. Tropism is an attraction. Just like electromagnetism is not a property of the atoms, of the molecules, but of the field, or the same as of gravitation, the property of the field. The field is highly structured, and the field is an evolutionary move, an evolutionary dynamic. We need to shift into that, be one with it. people, traditional people, native people, indigenous people know this instinctively. They join that field. They join the movement toward integration, toward oneness. This is a great lesson. Humanity, just as making the mistake, as you say, Steve, of putting me in front of we, also making the mistake of saying things are what they are, separate units. Things are wave fields, and wave fields are not unified, are not unitary, not only one kind, they're multiple. There are principal waves and there are subsidiary waves. On Earth, for example, there is a principal wave, to my mind, it is the principal wave of moving toward higher levels of evolution, of integration, of contact and connection. And that wave has many subsidiary waves. Like on the body of a main wave, there are many ripples. And these ripples can be moving in contrary direction, can be moving in other directions too. If we focus only on the ripples, we see devolution. We see a progression toward extinction. If we look at the whole system, we see that these moves are secondary waves appearing in the surface of the main wave. The main wave is moving us from separation toward connection and has to now move past connection toward interaction, that we become truly one with the world around us. That's what we really are, but we don't behave like that. If we can be one, that will be humanity's team's mission. That is my mission. And I think we can pursue it together. It is to recognize what we truly are. We are part of a tremendous evolutionary progression, the highest level of evolution on this planet by humans. And on Earth, probably higher level than on any other planet in the solar system. And God knows in this galaxy how many solar systems there are that will be on this level already. So we have a mission, a truly sacred mission, to recognize we are evolving. We are part of the world that is in evolution, and that evolution is ongoing and universal. It's Akashic, because as the ancients knew, the Akasha is everywhere, it has memory, and is interconnecting all things. This is an Akashic universe, is an Akashic interacting field. The field is sacred. The field is the universe. It's not a field of something. It is, the field is the universe, the cosmos, and it's an evolutionary cosmos. It's a big shift from the idea that the universe is really a bunch of rocks, just moving in passive space and time. It's much more than that. It's a dynamic element, in a dynamic whole. If we live like that, recognize it, we start acting like that, then we can be part of an evolutionary progression, part of the famous evolutionary force that so many people are always searching for. Even in Star Wars, young people used to say, may the field be with you. And that field that is could be with us is an evolutionary field. It's a shift, total paradigm shift, 180 degrees difference. Not things moving passively, but waves interacting and creating higher level waves. And these have consciousness, as you mentioned, Steve. You mustn't forget evolution as an element. You mustn't forget consciousness. Consciousness is part of this whole process. The universe is not a piece of unconscious rock. The universe is a high-level consciousness in which all elements are parts of the overall field. The overall field is the consciousness field. Name it as you like, but the fact is that there it is only one. It's one. Whatever we name as part of reality is one. You mentioned them, several names of famous scientists. Yes, I think they all recognize sooner or later when they come to the end of the character. Like Max Planck said, after 40 years of researching, the most solid kind of things in the universe, atoms, he comes to the conclusion that there are no atoms. There are only wave fields, parts of the waves, parts of larger waves. A big, big shift, moving to a new paradigm. But at the same time, this move is surfacing, and if we can promote it together, you Visionaries team, I with what I've had friends that go behind the idea of a sacred mission. I think to work together, we can do something. We can move this perception from thingness, from separateness, to waveness and oneness. That is our mission. I'm so happy that we can have a chance to exchange on this. Please add your thoughts, Steve. I look forward to it, and then we want to close down, but I want to proceed even more intensely and more determinedly, more consciously than we have hitherto done. Want to proceed together to build one universe, a wave-like one universe, of which we are participants. Steve, your thoughts.
Yeah, beautiful. And I'm grateful that we have been partnered for so many years. And Ervin, there, I'm sure, opportunities to partner even more closely. And let's look at those things. This work is so important that we're doing, this sacred mission, as you call it, as we call it. There's nothing more important in the world today. Truly, I'm not trying to get into hyperbole here. I really do mean that, and all of us in humanities team see that and mean that. And for us, it's 80% of our team is not paid. Only 20% is paid, and they're paid on a lower scale. I'm not proud of that, and this is why we do the work we do, and we fundraise, is to get more reach and impact. Because what we're talking about here now is the important, urgent thing. I don't think there's anything more important or urgent than that. Some of the points that you're making here now, that the universe isn't just a bunch of rocks and things. Most of us grew up that way. I did, in my biology and physics and these classes, chemistry classes, that it's just a bunch of rocks and around me and people that are separate from me. And that's how I grew up. I didn't grow up in a Sufi household at all. Most people don't. And yet what we learn where we're paying attention, where we do this research that we're talking about is, as you mentioned, the universe is alive. It's alive. Like, all of it is alive. It's a living universe, and it's a living ecosystem. You were getting into that of just, I think too often our cameras and our research is coming down too close to just the ant or just the individual person. And it's not paying attention to, I'm breathing oxygen from these trees that are around me. And then I'm exhaling carbon dioxide that is what the trees and life around me breathes. There's an ecosystem that's going on between everything, this beautiful interaction of breathing and exhaling and nurturing. And even as bodies in the animal world, as they transition, that becomes then fertile soil, right? There's just an ecosystem. All of it is an ecosystem. And you've got many scientists, David Bohm among them, that talk about this. Everything is a holon. There's everything. There's an indivisible whole within each whole. And of course, then you have the Ken Wilbers that create his philosophical research, all quadrants, all levels, that talks about that from the avenue of philosophy. And of course, the spiritualists talk about this all day long. And quantum physics is now uncovering, getting into just incredible kinds of new research. As we know, in 2022, 3 researchers won the Nobel Prize for Physics that were involved in entanglement. And what is entanglement? And entanglement is saying that, and people can Google this or look in the dictionary, that you have things that can be completely on the other side of the universe. There's no physical connection whatsoever, and they're deeply interacting and affecting each other, is what entanglement means. It's the things that we're talking about here. So the beautiful thing is as you're mentioning also, evolution is leading us to more order, to higher levels of vibration. You were bringing in us a vibrational universe and this is, of course, what quantum physicists are telling us. And this is where the conscious connection is. It's that if we get down at the level of atoms and protons and neutrons and electrons, and we look at all of what is here, we see that everything is actually deeply connected, that we're vibrational beings. And as vibrational beings, when we start paying attention to that, and of course in our daily practice we realize that where we're not in a daily practice, for example, me growing up, I grew up with a divorced mom who was a legal secretary, didn't really have much money. I didn't have any daily practice or any awareness of these things that we're talking about now. I was just out, as a janitor and pumping gas. I was just trying to make a little money to create a future for myself. But as we do the research and start understanding kind of how things work, we see that it's all really true. It's a living ecosystem and there's a vibration to this living ecosystem. And when we're in a low vibration, which is again me growing up where I have no intention, and I get up and I'm just it's a roller coaster throughout my day of, oh, this just feels good and that feels bad, and which is kind of what it's like when we're growing up in a not conscious way, I'll call it. It's like that, it's just up and down and things. As we develop our daily practice and as we learn about this conscious universe, this living universe that is vibrational, we start walking in nature, we were even talking about biking and things, hiking and things, creating intentions that become our whole life. The metaphysical, where we start actually seeing into a future that we're co-creating together to bring this healing, health, and well-being that we're talking about. Where I have a bunch of things that I do now at my age 67. I've been able to create, many, many, many practices that are part of what anchoring me and allow me to commune, with the one and the earth around me and people. Is my daily practice with all kinds of things, too many to get into here, but where then I do these things and live in a higher vibration. One, I don't get sick. Two, I feel great. Three, as we know, one of the features of this is that where you heal yourself, you begin to heal the world. And where you heal the world, you begin to heal the self. This is a property of oneness, right? A vibrational universe. So now we're really playing a role. We're not just vocal cords that are talking about these important things, ecosystems, living universe, spirit, and so on. We actually become an expression of that through our practice, through our raising high vibration. And so no more, I don't have the life that I did as a young man, roller coaster all over the place, bad day, good day. I still have massive challenges, mind you, as we all do. Those don't go away. But I'm more like on a raft of I'm feeling really good, about this day, that I'm alive, that I'm here, that I can make a positive contribution, that the sunshine out, I won't go on here, but the gratitude is really quite massive here where we're living in this higher vibration state. So just wrap this up by saying the good news is, as you mentioned, we are on this evolutionary path. Evolutionary path is going to more order, to higher vibration, to this living ecosystem, to this place more of gratitude, of health, of well-being. That is the path of evolution. And even as I mentioned earlier, we started the program and I was bringing in, I didn't want it to be a downer. You're talking about a sixth grade mass extinction. But the good news is this work that you're doing, and you're one of the people that started all of this, Ervin, and that we do in Humanities team is really, it is becoming more well known. There is a conscious wave coming in. Conscious living is, in fact, on the rise. The media isn't really reporting much on it, but all you have to do is go out and talk to people in your community, and even movies as you're seeing things come in, and some of the celebrities that now are highly conscious that are getting more attention. There are many actually ways to see that this conscious living, higher vibration, higher order thing, that evolution is happening, and we can get there. And the good news where I'll close is I believe because of your work and our work and work of people all over the world, we will get there. We will. It's no time to not be urgent and treat this work as the important work that it is. The sacred mission is extremely important. But I think where we all come together, as many of us are, we can do this, and we are doing this.
Steve, it's so important what you're saying. It calls for a change of mentality, and it will come about through your work, through our work, and because we're becoming aware of who we are and what this whole universe is. We are part of an evolutionary wave. More than 100 years ago, the famous astronomer James Jeans said, who was looking at the telescope all his life, he said, the universe, he says, is more like a big thought than like a big rock. He even expects people to say the universe is really just a big rock. That's the old paradigm. It's a big thought. It's an evolutionary thought. It's a dynamic oneness, mysteriously, in a mystical sense, but real sense, moving us toward higher levels of existence on this planet, higher levels of being one with the evolving universe. The deepest insights of philosophers and scientists are all talking about the ultimate goal of what is happening in the world. The ultimate goal is to join together, to fuse into one. Nirvana, at the highest level of heaven, is always oneness. And this oneness is our task to recover. It's a conscious part of a conscious universe. And we need to be conscious of it as well. The work that you are doing, you have started to do, and you're doing so brilliantly, it's really a leadership in this field, is of the utmost importance. We must find the way to recognize that we are an evolving wave in an evolutionary wave universe. It doesn't matter what we call it, but think of it as not being made up of separate parts, but made up of one entity, whether you call it a wave or a planet or whatever else, or consciousness. It is one. And Schrödinger said that, a lot of scientists are now saying that you can't divide consciousness. And consciousness is primary of all things. So it's a wave-like universe in which consciousness is primary, but a totally different idea that of a universe of rocks moving passively in space and time. That was the old paradigm. With that, we won't come any further. We need to innovate, and the innovation starts at home, starts with our own mind, with our own consciousness. You are helping us evolve our consciousness, document it, and show how many people are beginning to perceive that this universe is not what they thought it was, that a human being is not the mortal entity what they thought it was. We are all together part of a miracle. Two ways to live one's life, said Einstein. Either we think as if everything is a miracle or as if nothing is. I think everything is a miracle. It's a miracle. We can miraculously begin to grasp, to understand, because this miracle is coherent. It's not chaotic. The universe moves from chaos to cosmos, as the Greeks have said. And this highest level of cosmos is coherence. Coherence as being an individual, part of an individual world around us. This individual world and this planet is part of the sphere of life, and life is part of the whole universe, the galaxy, as it's moving forward. A tremendous change, a wonderful world to live in, to recognize, and to have a mission in, a sacred mission, to bring it to what it's meant to be, a higher level of movement, not extinction, but further development, evolution to new levels. You are contributing to that tremendously, Steve, and I'm honored and delighted to have you as a partner. be able to join you in a tremendous enterprise. And I'm determined to move forward together, finding new ways we can collaborate, because what we need is the key, is the new insight into who we are, what the world is, and that we are part of an evolution that's ongoing. Once we have this insight, we'll move forward. With you and I together, we'll move forward. Thank you for being with us, Steve.
Ervin, thank you. Yeah, truth is on our side. The truth always wins. We will win. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to collaborating with you in all the ways, Ervin, that we can, that brings this out into the mainstream. And it's already happening, but of course we're working to accelerate that together. And may it be so.
That's the job, Steve. And I think you are responding to it, and I'm trying to respond to it. And I think we'll carry it forward, because evolution is a strong drive. It's the very core of the universe is an evolutionary drive. The holotropic attractor, I call it. Wholly evolving toward, moving toward, being attracted toward holism. Just like evolution, just like electricity, gravitation are all attracted in a certain direction. There is a similar drive and force in the universe, which is attractive toward creating integral systems, highly complex but harmonious and interacting. We are part of that. We can be a conscious part of that. And thank you for being that part. And let's dissolve, as you say, do it together. Find the ways we can collaborate. Evolution is on our side, and the world is waiting. Everybody who can contribute to it makes a key contribution. Everything counts. And if you can reinforce it with consciousness, you count double and triple. Thanks again for being with us. And my love on all your further work.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'll just close by saying, and the beautiful thing is there's nothing more joyous than doing this work. This is not a sacrifice. No, there's nothing more joyous than doing this work in today's world, where we're meeting challenges with positive action. So thank you. Thanks so much for having me.
Indeed.
Just before we leave, Steve, you mentioned that you have some daily practices that you do to keep yourself grounded. Do you have something that our audience might be able to do? Something that if you're feeling too dizzy or like, too many thoughts, what do you do to get back yourself? Do you have some tips?
In an immediate thing like that, where, we hit overwhelm or it's a really tough, challenging day, this elevator ride up with gratitude is the quick and easy one, where we go to all the things. It's something people should journal so they really can go be in touch with quickly the 50 things that oh my God, I'm so grateful for, my partner, my kids, my home, this place that I live, on and on. It is literally an elevator ride up. So where I'm in a challenging situation, going into gratitude, but things that I do during the morning and then in the evening, where I'm going into this highly intentional metaphysical place, where I'm really feeling just that love of, I'll call it the love of source, and then really getting into the specifics of the healing that I see, the health that's coming, the well-being, these things, is really a strong anchor for me. And there are many other things, the music that I play in the morning. I mentioned I go out and ride my bike to there's a lake nearby called Wonderland Lake with wildlife. There are many things that just keep me in that place of deep connection, where I'm not, like my younger self, up and down and all over the place.
Thank you, Steve. It's so valuable to know a personal example. You're a living example of becoming part of the evolutionary trend. And it's great that one can follow you, because it's in our interest. It's the interest of the universe, but it's the interest of our immediate self also to hop on this wave and work on it, work together, supported by the evolutionary drive, instead of trying to buck it and try to go on our own separately, and perhaps working against it. We can becoming conscious of evolution you show how you can make it real consciousness, how you can make a real difference in the world, even at the level of each individual human being. On every level, there is health, there is healing, if one joins evolution in the universe. Thank you for demonstrating that, and thank you for making it so clear with this highly successful world, the enterprises, the initiatives that you have founded and you brilliantly pursue. This cannot be denied. This must be recognized. It's true, it's here, and it's proof that being evolutionary, being with it is like having the force with us. It is with us. It's bringing us to higher levels, higher and higher levels. That's our sacred mission. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you, Ervin. Thank you for your many, many, many contributions to this sacred journey that we're all on. Boy, the earth certainly is felt and is feeling your many contributions. So I can't thank you enough.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve, for being here with us. What a compelling note to conclude on. So thank you, Steve, and our worldwide audience, from whatever nation state or emotional state you might be in. This is the place to tune in. We invite you to join us for more episodes of the Upshift Conversation series. Thank you so much for being here with us. Okay, that was so much fun. I loved seeing Steve and Ervin interact with each other. It feels like really an old friendship. And it's just nice to see how they talk to each other and how they interact and talk about the same things, and how Steve's humanities team is helping to make the world a better place. And I'm so happy to know him. So our next speaker is going to be Dr. Jude Currivan. If you don't know her, make sure you do. This is the video to do that. She grew up as the daughter of a coal miner in the north of England, but since she journeyed to more than 80 countries throughout her life, which is amazing, and she is a cosmologist. She has written multiple books, like The Holographic Cosmos, which is a very interesting book. I highly encourage you to read it. And also she worked with wisdom keepers in many traditions, so I highly encourage you to check out The Whole World View. This is Jude's passion, and it's a very interesting way how she looks at the world from the bigger perspective, from the cosmological, from the universe. I love it when she says that the universe is a big breath, right? It just sounds so nice how we are just breathing, how the universe is something that's evolving consciously and continuously. So let's listen to the conversation between Dr. Laszlo and Dr. Currivan.
Before I introduce today's remarkable guest, Jude Currivan, let me ask you this. We talk about oneness and that we're all connected. So as we delve deeper into the universe with space exploration, might we discover cosmic ancient artifacts, and who should they belong to? And if the cosmos is in fact a living mind, then what happens to its mind when we're destroying our planet, or at least our species? Does it have a nervous breakdown? Is that something that we could even refer to in the cosmic mind? Ervin, would you like to start?
Well, I'm sure whatever intelligence is behind evolution, that intelligence is suffering when we are reversing the natural course of evolution on Earth. We should be promoting the evolution of life, of consciousness. If this is not a purely chance event, then whatever is behind motivating this development is is damaged by what we are doing, what we have been doing inadvertently. Of course, what counts is what happens in our consciousness. We could be doing this inadvertently. We are not doing it. We are not trying to damage the earth on purpose. I suppose with some very small, insignificant exceptions. But we are inadvertently creating unlivable conditions or very limited living conditions for a smaller group of living beings. So I think there must be some sense of damage being done, some sense of regret. But of course, we are products of this evolution. We ourselves, the evolution itself cannot damage itself or cannot be sorry for itself, as it were. But we are conscious products of this evolution, and we can rectify this damaging way of moving forward. So I don't know. This is pure speculation, of course, Alison. But I would think that we are hurting the spirit that has created us, and that spirit somehow is suffering at this present time. As I said, this is speculation, but it's a sense that I have. That's what we should be doing. Is not only in our interest, it's in the interest of all life, it's in the interest of all evolution.
This is an exciting note to pivot off of and introduce our awakened guest, if I can say that, Jude Currivan, cosmologist, planetary healer, futurist, and author. She's a lifelong researcher into the nature of reality. She has a master's degree in physics from Oxford University, specializing in quantum physics and cosmology, and a PhD in archaeology from the University of Reading in the UK, researching ancient cosmologies. She has extensive experience and knowledge of world events, international politics, global economic and financial systems, and future trends, also keeping up with the latest scientific discoveries across many fields of research. She integrates leading-edge science, research into consciousness and universal wisdom teachings into a holistic, whole-world view. This underpins her work aimed at raising awareness and facilitating transformational, sustainable resolutions to our collective and planetary issues. Wow, Jude Currivan, welcome. We're going to talk big today, cosmos and then some. I have so many questions to ask you, but would you like to now address the idea of the cosmic mind as having a kind of breakdown due to our own tampering with our own destruction here? And hopefully our resurrection. I rather focus on the positive. What do you think?
Well, first of all, thank you, Alison. Thank you, Ervin and Fred, for inviting me into this exciting exploration today. A couple of thoughts for us. I certainly agree with both Ervin and Fred that what we call the reality of our universe is more of a mind, a thought, than a thing. And that our universe, indeed, as a consciousness, exists and evolves as a unified entity. And my own work really goes deeper into its evolutionary impulse to show that it doesn't just exist and evolve as a unified entity, it actually exists to evolve, as we're already starting to share in terms of simplicity to complexity. And I'd really invite us through our conversation today to expand the notion of living and life to encompass the entire universe. And when we look at the evolutionary impulse of our entire universe and that of Gaia, our planetary home, throughout the last 4.5 billion years, what we've seen, not so much as what's often called punctuated equilibrium, which is sort of steady, evolutionary processes followed by a catastrophic breakdown and then a recovery. What we're actually seeing are evolutionary pulses, in my view, from simplicity to complexity and individuated self-awareness. So when we track those pulses over 4+ billion years, we see that there's a point within the evolutionary arc where the Gaia and her evolutionary children, her biological children, almost come to a point where there's a slowdown in their potential to evolve further. And that's when we see a breakdown, and that's when we see a breakthrough. So it isn't an either or. The breakdown. So it isn't an either or. The breakdown is serving that evolutionary impulse, and then the breakthrough of the new. So it's rather more like a metamorphosis, where a caterpillar has sort of, got to the end of its eating everything in sight and moves into a cocoon phase. Its own life cycle has become non-evolutionary. It's come to that completion of its own impulse. It breaks down, and as it does so, the imaginal cells of the emergent butterfly start to form. So that's where I feel we're at now. We're rather than seeing where we're at as a crisis, perhaps we can reframe it in a more empowered and hopeful way as a potential metamorphosis of our conscious evolution.
I think this is incredibly important, given that, one of the ongoing themes in this podcast series is how we have been almost force-fed so much negativity and drama and disaster scenarios in relationship to our growth spurt. And this is a remarkable time. So I think if we reinforce the remarkable rather than the disaster, it will help facilitate our adolescence into maturity, a next phase of maturity. I want to ask you something, Jude. Given the speed of space exploration in relation to our species' current maturation and the real possibility that intelligent life beyond our planet not only exists, but that we will encounter it the more that we probe the cosmic depths, do we need a new paradigm not only for terra firma, but for the great beyond, so to speak? How important is it to adapt to new paradigm living down here in order to intelligently handle that future possibility out there? Because if we're all one, whose airspace are we now going to abide by the more we stretch our physical outer limits?
I think that's an incredibly important and very timely question. I would suggest that we have already made contact with extraterrestrial intelligences. Working with indigenous communities around the world as I do, theirs is a more natural and long-standing experience of such engagement and communication. Also, we have many stories through recorded history and possibly before of such engagement. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. For me, we talk at Whole World View, which I co-founded in 2017, we talk about acting local, which is really important. Where we are, what's in front of us, what are our communities, our friends, our families, our close world. Act local, feel global. So we need to expand our, what Einstein called circle of compassion, to include, the whole of our planetary home and all her children. And then to go even further and think cosmic, because thinking cosmic, as Ervin and Fred do all the time, as I do too, that offers us a new narrative, because it offers us a new narrative of a holistic framework for all that we are. Cosmology has always asked the question, who are we? Where do we come from? Where are we going? Why are we here? And has sought throughout history and prehistory to answer that question in the biggest terms. But cosmology is the narrative. When we have what I think we do have now, the convergence of science and spirituality into an emergent whole world view of a conscious cosmology, an evolutionary cosmology, then we can also take that very big out breath and bring it down naturally into the fullness of our lived experience as human beings. And that for me is incredibly empowering and again, as I say, timely for the situation we're now in.
Indeed. I wonder...
Let me just come in for a moment.
Yes.
Alison, can I come in?
Yes, I was just going to turn it over to you, ironically, please.
Yes, because I'd like to have some dialogue with Jude, you see. Jude has said so many important things. one of the things that is so critical, you have just said it, then you went on. He said, evolution is we not only evolve, we not only exist and evolve, we exist to evolve. That is absolutely crucial. I'd like to get into that a little bit, into deeper. The idea of that the universe evolves is, I think we have to distinguish, it's not the same as the cosmos evolving. I mean, already Fred was talking about the field which doesn't change, and then there is the area that changes. It seems to me the universe is an expression of something that is happening at the deepest level, which you can call the cosmos in the sense of the Greeks who mentioned, who meant by cosmos the totality of all there is. Now we know that at least a current insight is, and I wonder if you share this, you probably do, that the universe was born sometime, probably 13.8 billion years ago, but that's the universe. The cosmos, once it pre-existed, the universe will probably come to an end. One of several ways that it could be coming to an end, the big crunch or the big freeze or whatever, or the eternal balancing on the razor's edge. But the universe is not eternal. Now,
Correct.
the way that the universe has evolved, the very fact that it has been born, it has emerged in the cosmos, and that it's evolving, that has surely something to tell us about us. First of all, it has something to say about the evolution of life. For a long, long time, up till about a few decades ago, and conservative areas still maintain this, that the whole area of life, the phenomenon of life, is accidental. I think it's not turning out that life emerges wherever it's possible, wherever there is a niche, physical niche, even near hot stars, amazing things, near volcanoes on this earth, etc. So there is something happening here. And when you say that we exist to evolve, you are saying that there is a purpose behind it. That our evolution is not purely by chance, and it doesn't just go anywhere, it doesn't just happen. It happens for a reason. And that is absolutely essential for us to recognize what could be that reason. We will not have to put it in terms of a God willing it and ascribing it an extra natural intelligence. But there is something in this evolutionary process in the universe which comes to the fore in every element, in every aspect of it. So to know this, it's very important to recognize that there is some element like this. And you as a cosmologist, who have looked at so much in depth, both at the evolution of the universe and the evolution of human civilization, what can you tell us? What insight do you have that will tell us what is the natural way, what is the cosmic way to evolve in this universe, on this planet? Because we have said goodbye to that. We have evolved in a separate, self-minded, short-sighted, actually way. How can we come back to it? We have to know what there is in the depths of the universe, which is the evolutionary impetus, the force of evolution. What is your insight into this? This will be so essential to discuss.
Thank you, Ervin. And as always, your timing is immaculate. And the reason I say that was the exact same question that I was asked in Glasgow at COP26 a few days ago. What is it? How can we attune with and align with the evolutionary impulse of Gaia and our entire cosmos to flow through us, to serve that great impulse that we stand together at the bow wave of? And I spoke a few words because I was asked, how does this translate from a death economy? And of course, our economy has been based on materialistic separation, as have all our social structures. How do we transform that into a life economy that aligns and attunes with Gaia, our universe, because I wholeheartedly agree with you. The cosmos is infinite and eternal, but our universe is a finite, great thought of its consciousness. So there's a few words I invited when I was asked that question. What would a transformation from a death to a life lived, experienced economy look like? I invited Gaia's guidance. And as a life-giving mother, I believe, and I know that Ervin, you do, and Fred, I'm sure you do too, she has profound wisdom that's valuable for all of us. So the words that came through, living a life economy, which is about whole being, even beyond well-being is whole being. She only uses the energy needed for all she achieves. She fits form to function with underlying simplicity, exquisite beauty, and intricate precision. She recycles everything and with no waste. She shares and informs, in other words, meaningfully informs her skills locally and globally. She embodies purposeful collaboration through her biosphere, appreciating healthy competition and encouraging holarchic cooperation. She exalts in diversity, unity in diversity, and knows it to imbue resilience and collective genius. She exists, evolves, and thrives within the holistic limits and emergent opportunities of her planetary Gaia sphere. And moreover, she's done so for more than 4 billion years.
That's breathtaking. Jude, that is breathtaking. And it goes to the soul, one would think, of every living being, every human being. But I'm curious what the reaction was at the COP26 when you spoke those words. What kind of audience reaction did you have? And if you could stand before the world leaders and not speak to them, but ask them a question regarding why they've chosen their particular trajectory thus far, what would you ask them? What would you like to ask world leaders? So my first question is, what was the response to these remarkable words? And then if you could not speak to the world leaders, but ask them a question to pivot them in the right direction, what would you ask them, for example?
The reaction...
Or am I putting you on the spot?
The reaction was a lot of tears, a lot of deep realization, deep remembering that we are all children of Gaia, that we're all part of her, Gaia sphere in this way. So these words are words that are also in my next book, Gaia, Her Story, and certainly they are bringing people to tears of that realization. And also very practical, because one of the things I revere about Gaia, she's rather like my mum. She gets on with it. She just gets on with it. She's incredibly practical within that deep, deep wisdom. So for me, these are way showers. This is guidance that if we can hear and listen, we can really support transformational change in the world, not just into a life economy, but in every way that we can live as whole beings. What I would ask the leaders, I would ask them what they feel makes them human.
I would relish the opportunity for leaders not to be only spoken at and accused, but to be asked of, like you're just saying now. To me, that seems like such an important aperture for conversation and to get to the deeper levels of what motivates people. And leaders are, after all, humans. And to that, I want to ask you something. If, in fact, DNA is coded, our DNA is coded with ancient wisdom and the wisdom of consciousness, why are we living predominantly from our opposite instincts since epochs? And how do we know that Well, I think I'll just start with that question alone. And when, at what point did we veer off course, and why? Because if this is such an attractive storyline, I know you have talked often about a new storyline. Why isn't this storyline more captivating to us than the destructive one that we've been following for so long?
Well, let's get back to your question, Alison, and I get to Jude also.
Yes.
What would you ask your leaders? Okay. I think it's to clarify.
A little louder, Ervin?
What do you want?
A little louder, yeah.
What we have to clarify. What do you
Yes.
want as a leader? What are you here for? The current answer, and the well-meaning answer, is the ethical answer, is here to serve. But serve what? Serve the narrow pecuniary interests of a small majority which supports you, to have elected you. That seems to be what politics is actually doing. Serving society, your country, that seems to be what patriots and nationalists are doing. Maybe not enough either. What are you serving? Are you serving humanity? And if you're serving humanity, do you think you can serve humanity without serving the whole ecosystem in which, the whole sphere of life in which humanity is growing up and evolving and getting its life breath? So really, the question is, who are you here for, as a leader? That is somehow, unfortunately, nobody asks that seriously, because it's assumed that the political leader is there to support his or her party. If it's supposed to be above party politics, then to support his or her country. And that's, as fine as far as it goes, but it doesn't go far enough. What do you want to support? And that is a question of the worldview. What is evolving on this earth? Just one species, humanity, that is you have to be concerned with, or is it the whole web of life that is evolving together? Gaia, as Jude is saying always, That's whole mentality. Why are you a politician? What is your ambition here? So I think these are questions that are fundamental. It links evolution with politics. Politics is to evolve, to help us evolve, but it's not just to help gain us power over the adversary. And that's what seems to be what politics today is. So perhaps, Jude, can you say a few words to that, to the real good leadership, governance on earth, in view of the fact that we are here to evolve, as you have said? What does that imply for governance?
This is critical. And this is critical, again, not only for the dynamics that are playing out right now on Earth, but as we are moving at the speed of light into the stratosphere. We've got so much space exploration exploding and so much nationalistic interest that seems to be asserting itself. I mean, it's an exciting, dynamic time, no question, but we're also teetering on a very dangerous precipice, aren't we? Because there is competition now for space rights and for minerals, perhaps, that we're extracting from asteroids. I don't know where the limits will be set, but it seems that we really need a new paradigm for space, which is in effect a new paradigm for Earth, because we are all connected, right? And because we know that education, rewiring a mind, can take time, although perhaps we're in such an accelerated phase that time is on our side. Hopefully the wind is in our sails. But can we keep pace with our own necessary growth in relation to the, I'll say, almost the egoic drive to, go into AI and start to put chips in people's heads and create hybrid humans and all kinds of phenomenon that could be remarkable if they're used to help us, but also really detrimental to our equilibrium individually and collectively if it gets the better of us. So how do we address this speed of light that's changing us from our changing it, in a sense? Jude, any thoughts on that? Last thoughts we can say for now?
I do, and thank you, Ervin and Fred. Those thoughts were
Yeah.
really insightful and really helpful. I'd just like to go back a step, if I might, Alison, because you asked a question about how did we get to be here, sort of thing. And, you know, I would
Right.
not judge any of the journey so far, because I see it as part of the unfolding evolutionary impulse of the entire universe and Gaia to ever greater complexity and individuated self-awareness. So I think a time came in our story 500 years ago when there was an impulse to see clearer the physical world. And so natural philosophers, scientists such as Newton started to do that process. But of course, at the same time, that involved a schism between, if you like, our spiritual sense of who we are, our inner sense, our spiritual sense of who we are, and the so-called outer world beyond us. And that schism has continued and driven so much in terms of this perspective of materialist and separatist worldview. And that has really brought us, as Ervin and Fred and we all know, to the edge of catastrophe. But it's brought us to this edge. And at the same time, throughout that process, progressively, the masculine attributes and voices were heard, and the feminine attributes and voices of our collective psyche were peripheralized. So I feel now we're at a point where we've stretched that perspective as far as it can go. It clearly is unsustainable. It clearly, if we don't transform it, we will likely become extinct. And yet I also feel that we are in the midst of a birthing process that potentially can birth, as my dear friend Barbara Marx Hubbard used to say, Homo universalis, a universal human, a sense of belonging to ourselves, to Gaia and to the cosmos. And we've always belonged. We've just forgotten we belonged. So it seems to me that we're on this cusp, this bow wave of both breakdown and breakthrough into this transformational perspective where we now have the evidence that reality exists, or the universe exists and evolves as a unified entity. We have the evidence to show that we're inseparable, and we're waking up to remember that. So it seems to me that with all the challenges, we also have huge opportunities to literally come together, to remember, to co-create this new narrative of oneness, of unity and diversity. And going back to Fred's point about leadership and vision, I wholeheartedly agree. And for me too, what that involves, if we're going to do this as a human family, does involve this holistic, whole world view of who we are within our universe. It also involves an evolutionary purpose. What are we here for? And we're all saying we're here to evolve our consciousness, our awareness. And then thirdly, from that sort of coherence, that superorganism coherence, then we can embody as distributed intelligence the genius of who we potentially are. And the final thing I'd like to add in terms of leadership for me is to bring the best of masculine attributes with what I call feminine attributes of servant leadership, not of role modelling, but of soul modelling, where we attune and align with this evolutionary impulse rather than try and direct it or control it, where we hold it and shape it and stir it and love it. And love it. Because what I feel we now have with all that's coming forward in this holistic worldview and a cosmology of consciousness is the science of love. The science of love showing us this profound, fundamental interconnectedness and ultimate unity of all that we call our universe, all that we call Gaia, all that we call who we are. So what an amazing, exciting time with all its challenges for us to come together with this potential, this metamorphosis, this potential of birthing our conscious evolution.
I think this is,
And that can
yes.
happen. It doesn't have to happen for all
No,
of
it doesn't.
humanity at the same time. It's happening
No, it doesn't.
Good
because we
point.
are creating nodes, centers, nuclei.
Yeah.
This program is one such nuclei. The institutes, the two institutes that are behind it, the Laszlo Institute of New Paradigm Research and the IETIA Institute of Shanghai, they are together creating creating a new paradigm. If we can create this here and there in various places, these nodes will be the critical mass that can expand and can carry the wave.
Absolutely.
We can become the new wave. Not only COVID-19 has waves, also the positive thinking, constructive thinking has waves. And we can, the time is right because the crisis, the global crisis, both the virus crisis and the global heat up crisis, and the refugee crisis, and all the rest that we go visit, are giving us this opportunity, the disturbance, that perturbation that pushes us forward and pushes us here and there. New ideas are crystallizing, new ideas are coming to the fore, new ideas which are old ideas because they are recovering, many of them, rediscovering them. The truth finally of who we are, as Jude is always saying, who we are, and that we have a purpose, that we are part of this evolution. That recognition coming to the fore will answer the question that Alison asked, can we make it in time? I think we can, because the process is very fast. Our consciousness is not separate from our body, but not separate from your consciousness, from each other's consciousness. If we can pick it up here and there, reach that level of intensity where we are finally changing our behavior, where our thinking penetrates into our actual acting on this world. That becomes contagious. Then this new culture, the culture of love, the culture of oneness, the culture of evolution can spread. It's beginning to spread. It's spreading now. We have to further it, promote it. And I welcome this program, this series of podcasts, because based on our book on the dawn of a new era of wellness and related writings for all of us, all of our guests here, Jude, Fred, mine, we are creating a paradigm. We are actually just expressing, articulating a paradigm, a way of thinking that is extremely timely. And because it's timely, because it's supported by evolution itself, by Gaia, Jude would say, it can spread. So let's create these nodes, these conscious nodes, the programs on the internet, the educational programs, the communicational programs, where people can talk to each other, create the means for bringing forth the new mindset. That, I believe, it will spread. This is our task, this is our purpose. And we can live with it, we can go with it. And this is a fantastic historic opportunity. We should be thankful that we live at this time.
This is so exciting and inspiring and reassuring for people. And this is the kind of energetic that we've got to filter. If the media isn't going to do it, we're going to help them. We'll do it for them. Jude, before we conclude today's show, can you just talk a little bit to us about your new book? A little bit more about your new book. It sounds very exciting and very necessary and timely.
Thank you, Alison. I'd be delighted. Well, first of all, I had the evolutionary impulse, as Ervin might know, for something called the Transformation Trilogy, probably 15 or more years ago. And out of that came the first book, which is called The Cosmic Hologram, that Ervin kindly wrote a beautiful foreword for. And the Cosmic Hologram tells this new story, this new narrative, or begins to share it with lots of scientific evidence across all scales of existence, numerous fields of research, of a universe that literally exists and evolves as a unified entity, where supernormal phenomena are natural, where our intuitive superpowers are natural, where consciousness is the basic stuff of reality. The appearance of our universe emerges from deeper non-physical realms of cosmic consciousness, intent and awareness. But that book's about understanding that. And I also realised, and going back to I think what Fred was referring to earlier as well, is to really transform our worldview and to live in these new ways. We not only need to understand this new narrative, we need to experience it and embody it. So the second book of the trilogy is called Gaia, Her Story. And again, Ervin's written me a beautiful endorsement for it. It's out next year. But it takes this perspective to a universe that exists to evolve, where for the last 13.8 billion years, our universe has embodied this great evolutionary impulse from simplicity to complexity. And it began not in the implied chaos of a Big Bang, which wasn't big and it wasn't a bang, but the first moment of an ongoing big breath of purpose, of meaning, of ever greater embodied awareness. And so that's coming out next year. And the third book is about us. It's called Many Voices, One Heart. And it's where we are perhaps now, where we can be, you know, with wonderful guides and pioneers such as Ervin and Fred as companions to this great journey. So Gaia, Her Story has very little about humanity, because it's Gaia's story. It's the universe soul's story. But we appear right at the end. And we appear right at the end to say, we're here, we have some possibility, some potential here. And then Many Voices, One Heart, I hope, will explore this incredible opportunity for us to be the imaginal selves, to come together, to embody the emergent butterfly of human consciousness in an evolving universe, on an evolving planetary home we call Gaia.
Amen. Exactly right. This
Amen.
Is
Yes.
so
You've already sold two
Or
books,
Ervin,
Jude.
or a women.
Oh,
That's right. Amen. All
we're
of
just
us.
going to revamp. Well, this is, again, such an inspiring note to conclude on today. I mean, who needs a sixth mass extinction when we can have a sixth mass evolution? And we mentioned this in our conversation with Michael Tobias in the last episode. And I think we're just going to rebrand the entirety of possibility for humanity and all species. So here's to that. I thank you all so much for today's compelling discussion. I'm Alison Goldwyn with our hosts Ervin Laszlo and today's very special guest, Jude Currivan, inviting you to join us for more episodes of Dawn of an Era of Well-Being. And consider this, that the holiday season is fast upon us. May not feel like a holiday for many, and this book makes a wonderful gift of uplift. The bravado of our ego has historically gotten the better of us. So when building a new paradigm for humankind, let's try to include humankindness. Stay tuned and stay attuned.
It's wonderful to be with you all today, and what a timely opportunity for us to come together, because when Ervin talked about we cannot do this alone, and David talked about sometimes pressing the wrong button on the computer and the word becomes uplift rather than upshift, I talk about us linking up and lifting up together, and I feel that that's what we're here to, not just today, but as we move forward into what I hope and trust is a truly hopeful new era for the upshift for all of us. So I'd like to begin by really talking about our conscious revolution. And I added the R in front of evolution because what I think all of us talking about now is not a small iteration of our views around the world, not even different choices around how we behave in the world. Because when we look at the future, as Greg said very early on, he said very few people have a deep, profound, revolutionary perspective of what that could be. And because nevertheless, most of these forecasts are based on iterations and generally based on a prevailing worldview. So few have been able to envisage what a future founded on a transformational understanding of the nature of reality itself and our purpose and possible role within its evolutionary emergence might look like. Nonetheless, this is where we're at. We are on the threshold of such a radical and existential question called to ask, what if? And if so, what then? It's here and now that I believe, as a cosmologist, an evolutionary biologist and systems researcher, that we are at a potential revolutionary, revelatory moment of our collective perception, and on the verge of a revolutionary and transformational journey, a sacred mission, a divine mission, a cosmic mission, as we've already heard today. So the what if is, what if, instead of viewing consciousness as something we have and experiencing it at different levels of self-awareness, we come to understand, as Einstein and other pioneering scientists did before us, that it is an empirical reality, that mind and consciousness aren't something we have. They're literally what we and the whole world are. What if, as wisdom teachings, as universal wisdom teachings and indigenous teachings have told us for millennia, that universal mind literally informs the appearance of our universe, meaningfully informs a universe that exists as meaningfully and purposefully evolves, as Ervin has been saying, from simplicity to ever greater levels of complexity and self-awareness and individuation. What if unity in its manifold expression in diversity, rather than separation or uniformity, is indeed our existential reality? And what if, as a species, we no longer need to hope and trust and have faith in such an aspirational possibility, but know it, as Bruce said, as Greg said, deep in our hearts, that we know it as our true nature, as our true and divine reality. And we can come not only to understand that, but to experience it and embody it. And what if science finally catches up with such wisdom teachings to provide scientifically based evidence of the non-locally unified nature of reality and the reality of our entire universe? It is. We are, and it is. Leading edge science is now converging with such universal wisdom and indigenous teachings to reveal a universe that indeed meaningfully exists and purposefully evolves as a non-locally unified entity. It reveals to us, as Ervin once said, a re-enchantment of the cosmos, where we are its microcosmic co-creators. Our choices matter. Who we are and how we are as humans perhaps is only just being perceived. As Bruce said, as Greg said, our divine nature, we can awaken to remember who we really are, and that is our divine nature. And for me, with a universe that not only exists to evolve purposefully, meaningfully, but has embodied within it an innate evolutionary impulse to do so, that we can now attune with, align with the call of our universe, it seems to me, the invitation of our universe to wake up, to grow up, to clean up, to show up, to link up and lift up together, to answer that call to an incredible evolutionary adventure, truly a transformational journey and a divine and sacred mission. That is where we're at, it seems to me. And this is who we are and who we can consciously evolve to become. Yes, a revolution. And perhaps most important of all, a we-volution, that we do this together.
Thank you, Jude. Never has a truer word been spoken. This is so beautifully encapsulated what the problem is, what the solution is, and what we can do about it. These words should be engraved in stone and listened to. Thank you also for your chapter in this book, which has likewise been a great pleasure, you stating these great truths. So wonderful. Let's remember that. This is us. This is the message. This is the divine message, that the sacred message that we can hear to communicate.
Thank you, Ervin. And when you spoke so beautifully then, it sort of brought back to me the terminology we use, the languaging we use to, explain our worldview. We're a storytelling species, we're a narrative sharing species, and we've actually had a narrative of fragmentation, a narrative of a dead universe, a meaningless universe, an accidental universe. And it seems to me from all we're sharing now that we're on the threshold of a new narrative, which is ancient in its sense of universal wisdom teachings and indigenous teachings, but it's new in the sense that it can now be also founded on scientific evidence. And so such a new and unitive narrative, because what we're talking about is a unitive perspective of the nature of reality, I feel can underpin and ground us in the transformational choices and changes we need to undertake the great upshift, from a dead economy to a living economy, from an education system based on such a disenchanted universe to an education system based on this unitive perspective. So I'm incredibly hopeful at this moment that, we also have a narrative that can underpin and frame us in what our choices are and what our decisions and behaviors are. But I just wanted to go back, if I might, for a moment, to the beginning of our universe, because I suspect that pretty much everyone on this call may have heard of the Big Bang as the purported beginning to our universe around 13.8 billion years ago. And as a cosmologist, I'm not going to argue with that as a finite beginning, a tiny, minute beginning. We know it wasn't big, it was minute. But it's the word bang that I want to take issue with. Because whenever I hear that word, it implies chaos, it implies an explosion. And that is not the way our universe began. It began in the most incredibly fine-tuned way that enabled, as we're sharing, and as Ervin, your life has served this perspective and understanding as a great way shower for us, of meaning, of intrinsic meaning and evolutionary purpose. It began as the first moment, I would therefore suggest, as an ongoing big breath. And as space has expanded ever since, as time's moved forward ever since, more and more understanding, information, evolutionary impetus, complexity has been able to be expressed and manifested within its story, within its evolutionary story. And for me, that term big breath is something more, because the ancient tradition of breath was also a word for spirit. Prana in ancient Indian Sanskrit is the word for both breath and spirit. So perhaps if we can reframe not just the beginning of our universe, but its incredible evolutionary emergence ever since as an ongoing big breath, instead of perceiving the cosmos as something beyond us and outside of us and vastly more than we are, yes and no, both and. Because with every moment, it seems to me that our universe breathes through us. That big breath breathes through us in every moment. When we come into incarnation for this earth walk, we take on these wonderful communities we call human bodies, as Bruce said. Our universe breathes us, and its evolutionary impulse breathes us, which is what I think you were referring to earlier. It's not in that sense a choice. We can close our ears and close our eyes and close our hearts to its call, but the call is there. And I know that Connie's and Andrew are on the call today. They talk as I do, of not just a living universe, but a loving universe. Because as you say, as we're saying, our universe exists and evolves as a non-locally unified whole, where every aspect of it, from the tiniest to the wholeness of it, is fundamentally interdependent, interrelational. We are interbeing with the whole world. And the cosmology that's emerging is the cosmology of a conscious living universe, and therefore our planet as a conscious, sentient, planetary home, Gaia, for us. And so I'd like to complete my words here today with two thoughts beyond the big breath. One is that the notion of our planet as a sentient being has come forward once again now and more in these times of our existential choices as Gaia, the ancient Greek goddess of the earth. And perhaps if we can, in a great upshift, remember the wholeness of who we are, we can heal our relationship with our planetary home and expand our perception beyond being human beings to know ourselves as Gaians, to become co-evolutionary partners with Gaia. And at Whole World View, we have a little strapline in terms of unitive awareness and a unitive narrative. We talk about act local, what is in front of us, what calls our heart to act for, which is a vital part of the Great Upshift. Feel global as Gaians, and think cosmic, because we are divine beings of a divine and sacred cosmos. We are its microcosmic co-creators. This is our heritage. This is who we are. And this is who we can consciously evolve to further become in this great adventure of an unfolding and flowing universe.
So the Upshift Summit is free of charge for everyone. But if you would like to rewatch all these videos and more, make sure that you check out our website, voicesofcourage.com/upshift. This is where we share all the beautiful videos from this summit and all the videos from the Upshift Conversation series. We have the Upshift Summit package, which includes 25 videos, including all the videos that are part of the Global Upshift Summit. And the other package is the ultimate one. This includes 55 video conversations between Dr. Ervin Laszlo and the various guests. So if you would like to watch more content like this, you can purchase the entire series. It's a really nice gift as well. So if you have somebody in your life and you don't know what to give to them, give them the gift of consciousness and this wonderful Upshift Conversations with Ervin Laszlo and Friends series. It's a one-of-a-kind video series, so I hope that you can check it out. Make sure you check out it in the description below or here in the video. So the Upshift Essential package includes digital access to all 25 episodes of the whole Upshift Summit. Is going to be a very special package, and you're going to have ultimate access to all of the videos, plus specials like videos from Candy Foster, 2 downloadable ebooks by Dr. Ervin Laszlo, and you can get access to the special video series called Ask Ervin. This is when people can ask questions from Dr. Laszlo and he replied. These are short 1-2 minute answers to questions as what is consciousness, what is the Akashic field, and so on. For the Upshift Ultimate Collection, this includes 55 videos from the entire Upshift Conversations with Ervin Laszlo and Friends. These are full-length expert interviews, so the idea behind that was that for each week there would be one video. So we plan to do 52. Now we are up to 55, so more than one video per week, which is pretty amazing. This package also includes all the extras such as the 2 PDFs by Dr. Ervin Laszlo, You can watch the Ask Ervin short video series, as well as a special gift by Candy Foster and a coaching session by him. So that's a very important thing, because that's a very important thing because he does an Upshift Summit integration coaching session, which is a very special thing, and hope that you can enjoy that. You can also watch back a live video that we did with Dr. Laszlo and various guests talking about what does the Upshift mean, and the audience members who were part of the previous Upshift Summit had asked questions from Dr. Laszlo and Candy Foster. Our next guest is going to be Christopher Van Buren. He is a student of neuroscience, which is very interesting, but he studied a variety of spiritual teachings, and he explored connections into the collective consciousness and how our feelings and our emotions are connected and how the whole world is interconnected. But we're gonna talk about a little bit different topics because he is a very accomplished author as well. He has his company, which is called Launch Moxie, so make sure to check that out. And he's not only working together with Dr. Laszlo, but he's a great friend. So let's watch the video with Dr. Ervin Laszlo and Christopher Van Buren.
Well, hello and welcome everybody. This is your host today, Ken D. Foster, and we're going to have a Upshift conversation. We're going to talk a little bit about the self-organizing universe today. We have a very special guest with us today. His name is Christopher Van Buren. Christopher, welcome. And Dr. Laszlo, of course, welcome. Christopher has worked in the publishing and information industry since 1984. He's been a writer, a publisher, a literary agent. He has written numerous books on technology, on business, travel, and self-help. He has traveled extensively, and he's a student also of neuroscience and studied a variety of spiritual teachings since the late 1980s, and has spent many years studying, comparing, mapping archetypes, emotions, chakras, behavior patterns, and exploring how these represent connections for the collective consciousness and what he calls the noble soul. Chris, it's great to have you. We're going to have Dr. Laszlo start this out, and then we'll go from there. Ervin, go ahead.
Well, Ken, thanks very much. And thanks also for hosting this conversation with Christopher Van Buren. I think it's a great opportunity to discuss some really vital issues. Christopher has been an authority on the self-organizing universe and has shown how there is a collective consciousness as well, and there is an upshift taking place. And I want to talk about, just for 1 minute now, and even less, about upshifting the collective consciousness. Christopher could define for us what he means more exactly by collective consciousness. I want to say about upshifting means that the entire system, its physical, psychological, biological, and cultural aspects, all of them together, is shifting. It's shifting up. But up means a direction of evolution, a direction in which evolution is proceeding, is unfolding in the universe. So up means toward coherence, toward more integration and integrity, toward more stability, not a mechanical stability, but a dynamic stability of self-preservation, and moving in a direction of wholeness and oneness, which is the overall direction which I believe the cosmos as a whole exhibits. So the big question is, can our collective consciousness be shifted? Can we help to shift this collective consciousness in the direction of evolution? We need that very badly. because however we define collective consciousness, its current condition on this planet of humanity is in a very dire strait. It's very much in a problematic condition. We need an upshifted consciousness. That means that more adapted to living and thriving on this planet, overcoming those divisiveness, those selfishness, those short-term orientations, or those mechanical orientations that beset the current mindset. Mindset and collective consciousness. Collective mindset, I would say, yes. How would Christopher define these things? And what would be the chances of helping this process of upshifting this consciousness, the consciousness of humankind? It is a great mission, and could not be a bigger mission for humanity than that. I call it a sacred mission. Christopher, what do you think? What are our chances? How can we move forward reasonably and with some confidence that we are moving effectively in the interest of the human species?
Well, I like that you asked how I define them, because sometimes it feels like we're talking about the same thing and just with different words. People call collective consciousness something else. They'll call it the soul, or there's a lot of words that people might use, and we're all talking about the same thing. We're talking about what you just described as a uniting of mindsets. Anyway, the point is that however we think about it, there is a collective consciousness, and there is a shift happening. There is an evolution happening. And to answer your question directly, how can we make that happen, or how can we excite that process? Two answers. One is it's going to happen, whether we accelerate it or not. It is the nature of the universe to evolve, and it is the nature of the universe to evolve into collectiveness, into a collective consciousness, a collective arrangement. And I can give you evidence for that throughout nature. But there is, and I think this is what you're really asking, is there is a way for us to accelerate it. There is a way for us to choose it. There is a way for us to be conscious in that process of evolution, where we can actually excite the process. We can actually accelerate the process and direct it such that we set the path forward ourselves, rather than being a passive passenger along the way. Does that make sense? Did I explain that? Okay.
That's the key. That's the key as I see it. I'm very glad you are stating it. Thank you. And thank you. I look forward to how you're saying, what you're telling us. How can we do that? How can we assist in this cosmic process, which is unfolding here on Earth as well?
Yes. How can we? So I focus on a few things that are all about us being a participant in the natural process of evolution leading to collective consciousness, which it is. And how do we become an active participant? And I talk about a few things. There are a lot of answers to that, but I focus on a few things that I think are critical. And one of them is, maybe the main one is, to step into our own evolution as humans. So one of the things that humans have evolved over these many, many millennia is the prefrontal cortex of our brain, right? Not very many animals on this planet have that, and very few have it anywhere near the size that we have a prefrontal cortex. Well, the prefrontal cortex evolved as a method of thinking, and it is particularly involved in critical thinking, decision-making, thinking processes, and thinking for the purpose of decision-making for action, for taking action. So it is our critical thinking brain. Let's just call it that. In network neuroscience, it is associated with the central executive network, which is known to be in charge of our decision-making process. So how do we step into that? We aren't actually utilizing our own evolved brains, right? We've evolved this capability, and one of the first things we can do to accelerate and excite this process of evolution is to utilize what we've evolved, which is our critical thinking process. So I believe that learning, teaching, and utilizing critical thinking is an essential step toward evolution and collectiveness. We can agree on what that critical thinking process. You can call it, to simplify it, people have called it the scientific method. Okay? The scientific method is critical thinking in action. And so we can agree on it. We can form consensus about it. And that is a step toward the evolutionary process.
That makes perfect sense. Our critical thinking can be applied not only in science, I think, but throughout the range of human experience. So recognizing the importance of this thinking is essential. So, and you are helping to do that. Can you say us a few more words? How can we accelerate the process of developing critical thinking in different ways of living, in different ways of life? We need it all, whatever we do, whether we are in economics and politics and psychology or social science, or just the everyday world, or the arts or culture, we need critical thinking. And the importance of developing this must be very clear, and you're helping to clarify it. Thanks for your for your further constructive comments on the practical aspects of engaging in critical thinking. How do we develop that?
Very good. Very, very relevant question. We're all born with the critical thinking capacity. Author John Medina talks about this in his book, Brain Rules, where he describes how children just automatically apply critical thinking in their daily lives by exploring the universe, exploring their world, right? They go out into the backyard, they see a bug on the ground, they poke it with a stick, they see that it does something, they find another one, they poke that one, it does the same thing. So now they've got corroboration, and then they have their friend come and try it, and it happens again, and then they poke a different bug, and it doesn't happen. Something else happens. This is the critical thinking process. This is the scientific method. We are all born with it. What happens is we lose it. We are educated out of it. It's really a natural ability because we have this prefrontal cortex. We are all capable of this. We are educated out of it by going into and encouraging black and white thinking, which is all or nothing, black and white, yes or no. When the universe really doesn't work that way. The universe is not black and white. It is a million shades of gray. It is a million shades of percentages. And so I think one of the keys is to remove our tendency to want to go to black and white thinking, all or nothing thinking, and remember that nothing is 100% in any way, whether it's a belief, whether it's a thought, whether it's anything. Nothing is 100% black or white. There's all shades of gray. And that's a first step to unlearning what we've done to remove our critical thinking, and so restore critical thinking.
Well, this first step seems extremely important. What occurs to me as you speak is that actually AI is the artificial intelligence is based on a lot of little bits of blacks and whites. How do we remove that? Can we overcome this digitalization into preset shades, which is elimination of shades? Actually, everything is black or is white, and it's put together in some way. hopefully that it can modulate it. But ultimately, the basic building blocks are black and white. Is that
That's
a
right.
problem?
No, it's not a problem. It's perfectly natural that the building blocks are black and white, or ones and zeros in the computer language. What we're talking about is that the collective is shades of gray, which brings me to another point, really, which is equally important in our conscious evolution, which is balance. It's about, and balance is not, this is really important. Balance is not about balance between two things, black and white. Balance can be spread over many, many things. So it's like, basically it's the difference between an ecosystem and black and white. So you can find balance between two things like this and find a balance, but the universe really is not about a balance between two things. It's the distribution of balance among a million things. And that distribution is what creates the harmony or the balance overall in an ecosystem. So what we're really looking for is an ecosystem that is in balance. And if you zoom in to any little piece of the ecosystem, let's take a forest, just an average forest, which is an ecosystem. If you zoom in, you'll find that some animals are killing and eating other animals. Pretty black and white. One lives, one doesn't. But if you zoom out, the ecosystem is in balance. The whole ecosystem is in balance. And it is surviving and thriving and evolving. So it's the collective balance that we're looking for.
Isn't that what you're saying, what is traditional in philosophy and in philosophical science is meant holistic thinking, or holistic viewing, reviewing, more than one thing at a time, more than just a few things at a time. The more things you integrate in your vision, the more nuances, the more shadings will you see, right? So isn't it actually, in a way, what you're saying, an argument for adopting holistic thinking, holistic perception also, looking at the whole picture rather than looking at just one part or at just a few parts. The more you look at the whole, the more you will see shadings, the more you will see balance. This is what your thesis, isn't it? Can you give us some examples of how human societies would achieve this kind of balance by looking at a larger picture than the immediate backyard?
Yes, 100%, Ervin. It is a holistic approach. I don't often use that word, but it is a great word to include here. And what the verbiage that I use here is I talk about context, and context is about how you're defining and the consensus with others about how you're defining the universe that you're talking about. And one thing that I like to point out is there is always, always, always more context about anything. There's always a way to find out more about anything that you're looking at, which brings me back to critical thinking and brings me back to the balance of non-black and white thinking. If you can say, look, I don't know everything about what I'm looking at because there's more context in there, then how could you have black and white thinking about it? You have to leave room for more data, bigger context. And so to apply that to your question, how do we zoom out and see the bigger context within human groupings and human consciousness? Is, I think the first step is to allow it. The first step is to understand that there is more context. We don't have to always know everything, but we have to at least leave room for the fact that we don't know everything and that there's more context. I think that's the first step.
But isn't it also the case that this larger picture is not necessarily a mechanistic picture? It could be a kind of a flow picture. It could be a kind of a wave picture. It could be, frequencies being the key elements rather than bits and pieces of matter. Isn't it important that to know, to suspect, to guess that the larger picture is a picture of things acting together and staying and creating balance, creating oneness in their ultimate interactions. When you zoom out, the more you zoom out, the closer you get to the galaxies, and ultimately you get to the super galaxies, and then you say, well, that's as far as you can tell about our universe. Maybe there are other universes, but we don't know. That's about the limit of your zooming out. But you still have to know something, guess something about this galactic system, the supergalactic system. Is it a mechanism, or is it an organism, or is there something else, something spiritual about it? How would you think about that? How do you think we need to think about this super large context that you're talking about?
First, I agree that it's perfectly acceptable to guess and make assumptions. That's part of the scientific method, as long as we remain open to self-correction. One of the key aspects of critical thinking, in my opinion, the most important aspect of critical thinking, is self-correction. Looking at it again and saying, whoops, look, we have more context. Let's change our hypothesis to match the new data. This is self-correction. And as long as when we make these guesses about the universe, we make room for that, then great. Absolutely, positively. More to your question about, is it mechanistic or organic? There's a lot of argument on both sides, and I sort of fall in the middle with, I think it's possible that it's mechanistic. I think it's possible that it's organic. I think it's possible it's something else. I don't think we have enough information to absolutely know this. The answer to this, there are renowned scientists that go on both sides of that question. What I would like to say about it is, I don't think it matters. If it's mechanistic or organic, it all boils down to the same thing, and it's about human context. We're looking at this in the context of a human experience, and I think that matters, because we can get very philosophical about whether the whole thing is mechanistic or the whole thing is predetermined. Do we have free will? Do we not have free will? Okay, you can talk about those things, but what matters to us is what affects our human experience and our lifetime on this planet and the human evolution. We can set that as the context. We can say, okay, our context for thinking about this is human life on planet Earth. And so within that context, there are certain assumptions we can make. Well, one assumption is it's better that human life survives than it is for human life to die out. That's an assumption, but it's an assumption based on a context that we can all have consensus about and agree on. I don't know. Did I answer that question? Did I answer your question?
Yes, very much. Because it raises the further question, how do we perceive this balance having come about? Surely there is something this is driving toward a balance, even in our assumptions, that the whole system is not just a mechanistic heap of individual bits and pieces, that there is something in there which is joining together, which is integrating, which is creating wholeness and systems. Okay, that's an assumption. I think it's an absolutely essential assumption. Without it, we can't explain who we are or why we are here altogether. We are part of an evolutionary process toward integration in larger and larger systems, systemic wholes. So that's an assumption. Of course, it's a question that begs it's an assumption that begs the question. But I think it's a necessary assumption that we do not live in a universe which is indifferent to life and to integration and to wholeness and to balance, but a universe that's intuitively and innately, I should say, oriented toward these elements which we associate with evolution itself. Then, of course, what we find will be more elements of this kind. This universe and our experience of universe is so complex that what we find depends very much on what we're looking for. If you're looking for this kind of wholeness, you'll find it. If you're looking for mechanism, you'll also find it. But I think we'll be able to explain the human experience much more by looking at it as creating an organismic balance rather than creating just a mechanistic heap of indifferent elements. That at least is my own bias. I like to think that it's a presupposition we need, even if it to some extent it defines and therefore begs the question. But we need that assumption. And we can live healthier and better lives. And that is another major assumption. It is better to live a better life than a bad life. It's better to live.
That's an assumption that we can all have consensus on and agree on within the context of human life, right? I agree with that. I also basic assumption necessary to examine our field of experience and find that indeed it is driving toward higher levels of integration in wholeness. I'm making this assumption, and people can accuse me, of course, of saying of just presupposing it, but I think it's a necessary assumption. We cannot explain the phenomenon of who we are purely by mechanistic thinking. So that's my own bias, perhaps. Well, I would add to what you're saying by saying the universe, or all of nature that we can see and we have experienced, corroborates what you're saying. All of nature is organized in a similar way, and it organizes and moves toward collectiveness. All of nature, we can see this everywhere we look. A tree sprouts from the ground. It has a trunk. It then divides into branches. The branches divide into more branches. Those branches divide into more branches. Eventually, a leaf comes out. But inside the leaf, there are veins that branch into more veins, that branch into more veins. Everything is set up this way. And if you zoom out, you've got a collective. You've got a tree. And you've got all the leaves and all that beauty. Is there consciousness driving that process? I can't answer that. What I can say is there is a collective going on. It is in balance, and it is driving toward a unity, a collectiveness, that the tree. And I think all of nature does that.
Christopher, this is music to my ears. I have been trying to make this point for many years. And I think you're making this clearly and brilliantly, and I'm very grateful for that. I think we are agreed on this point. And I think it's so fundamental that almost everything else that we know or perceive will be influenced, perhaps even determined by it. So it's great to have this. I'd like to have once an opportunity, perhaps before long, to exchange some key writings on this topic with you, so that we can each demonstrate how the other one of us thinks in these terms. Because this goes against mechanistic, atomistic thinking, which to a large extent is still not quite dominant, but close to being dominant in the world today. So I think we need this. We need to join together in this camp of looking at evolution as a process of consecutive, consistent drive toward oneness, toward integration, toward wholeness. So that's a great thing to have. Now we have arrived almost at the end of this discussion. Would you, Christopher, please sum it up or give us some final concluding words? How can we adopt a better worldview, a better in the sense, more true, but also more serving us in the purpose of creating a life that is meaningful, whole, and healthy? That is also a purpose of philosophy and of science. Thank you. Your final thoughts, please, on this.
Thank you. And I would be honored to exchange writings with you. That would be wonderful. I guess what I would summarize with is, in our own consciousness, to to leave room to understand that there's always more, to leave room for more. There's more context, there's more evolution, there's more. We don't know everything. Leave room for self-correction, leave room for there to be discovery, and take comfort in the notion that we are moving toward a wholeness and a balance, because all of nature does that.
These are the words that we want to engrave in marble. This is actually basic to our understanding, basic to understanding who we are and who the world around us is. Not just a mechanistic, haphazard, chance-based heap of things, but integrating and consistently further and further integrating wholeness, evolving on this planet and evolving in space and time, in mind, space and time, throughout space and time, throughout the universe. Great pleasure to have had you with us, Christopher. We'll follow this up, and I hope we have our permission to use this to rebroadcast the discussion, which I think will benefit many people looking for sense and meaning in their life and in experience and in the universe at all. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Good night. Until the next time.
Our last guest today is Jackie Woodside. I'm so happy to have her as the person who is closing up today. She has a life design program. Make sure you check it out. Type in Jackie Woodside Life Design. She's such a highly regarded and demanded coach and speaker. She began offering a certified life design coaching session, which she helped thousands of people with. This is her way of showing that you can be living by design, and we're going to talk about that and many other things with Dr. Laszlo, Candy Foster, and Jackie Woodside. So, last video for today. Make sure you're ready. If you want to take notes, and this is the video I think you should be taking notes, you have a notepad and a pen, and let's go.
Well, hello and welcome everybody. This is your host, Candy Foster. Welcome to the Upshift conversation today. We're so excited to have Jackie Woodside speaking with Dr. Ervin Laszlo today. And I'm sure that you've watched a few of these amazing videos that we've been doing. The content is rich. It's content that shifts your own personal thinking so for you to be part of the solutions that we're bringing forth in this world that is changing rapidly. You know, we have AI coming in now, and quite frankly, we really need to upshift our consciousness so that we can match the technologies that are coming in, and we can use those technologies for the betterment of mankind in so many different ways as we upshift ourselves. Today, we have a very special guest, like I said, is Jackie Woodside. She is a USA Today and 5-time international Amazon best-selling author. She is a TEDx speaker, international trainer, and professional coach. She is the founder of the Curriculum for Conscious Living and the Conscious Living Summit and the Conscious Living Podcast. Jackie has been featured on television shows with Jack Canfield, Don Miguel Ruiz, and educational summits with Marianne Williamson, Neil Donald Walsh, Michael Beckwith, Neil Seagal, Candy Foster. Her expertise is widely sought after as a teacher and a speaker. Jackie, welcome. It's so good to have you with this conversation.
Ken, I just so appreciate your work and your long-term commitment to rising consciousness on the planet and our, many, many years of collaboration. You're someone who I admire. And so thank you for inviting me and having me here.
Well, I thought this would be a profound conversation between you and Dr. Laszlo. So I'm going to have Dr. Laszlo kick it off now and give some comments on the upshifting of humanity and what we need to do from a scientific systems point of view. And Jackie, you'll contribute the areas of your expertise too. So now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Ervin Laszlo to start out our conversation.
Thank you, Ken. And thank you and hello, Jackie.
Oh, hello. It's so nice to be here with you. What an honor to spend time with you today. Thank you.
It's wonderful to have you. This is part of a series of conversations, not idle conversations, not chit-chat, not politics, not even economics pure. It is a question of survival of humanity on this planet. We are truly a threatened and endangered species. We have become that due to our own actions, very much due to what we are failed to perceive, that we are truly part of a natural process, which we call evolution, the evolution of life, the thriving of life on a blue-green planet. That the astronauts have seen it from the distance and they have been awed by it. We are part of an evolutionary process, and we are not seizing it sufficiently clearly what it is that we are a part of, how we can move with it, how we can attune to who we truly are, a member of a species that has a unique form of consciousness, more articulate, more detailed, more reflective than any consciousness on this planet. I believe all species have consciousness. All things are truly part of this great web of life, but humanity alone is capable of recognizing what this is and how we can attune to it and move with it. Yeah. And then later on in this conversation, I'd like to say a few words about what I think is the key issue. Let me just say now that the key issue is very much connected with what Jackie has been emphasizing all along for these many years, namely conscious living, how we can live consciously. This is a survival issue anymore, already, no longer an idle option. We need to become conscious of who we are, where we are going, so that we can go consciously, rationally, on purpose, in a direction which is attuned with life and evolution on the planet. Having said this much, I will go on afterwards to elaborate. Having said this much, I'd like to ask Jackie now to outline her idea, her concepts, her insight as to where we are and what we need to do to thrive together on this planet.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is such an important topic. Such important topic. One of the things that I see, Ervin, is that the evolution of technology has rapidly outpaced the evolution of our neurology, and perhaps has outpaced the evolution of our psychology, and has outpaced the evolution of our moral development. So the question before us now, with how much we can do, I think about genetic engineering. I'm married to someone who's deaf, a deaf person, who's very proudly deaf, who uses American Sign Language and is part of the deaf community. And today we have the possibility, the potential through genetic engineering to eradicate deafness when it's identified in utero. So the question for the deaf community is, we don't want that. We don't want our language, our people, to be eradicated. So that's just one very, very small example of how rapidly technology is accelerating. And the question is our conscious evolution happening at the same time? My commitment, as yours, Ervin, has long been the conscious evolution of humanity, because humanity is going to evolve. The question is, are we going to evolve consciously?
Exactly. I have said this before. I couldn't have said it better. I'm so glad that you are saying it. That is the issue. And then what the consequences are, what the meaning of it all has to be unpacked. But the fact is that we have to evolve consciousness in tune with the world around us, not separating ourselves off, going off to blind alleys, not only following short-term goals that satisfy immediate wants, but looking at the broader picture, at the deeper picture. a picture of which we are a part. We are a living image of that on this planet, and how to handle that, how to make use of that so that we can assure our survival and not our extinction.
Yeah.
Both are possible. We are endangered species, but we need to move toward the survival options, which means evolving with the universe, a big, big turn, but evolving with life on this planet, which is part of the solar system, which is part of the galaxy, which is part of the universe. Ultimately, every quantum in our brain, in our nervous system, in our muscles, in our skin, is part of a large overall system of quantum phenomena, quantum frequencies, quantum vibrations, that is either moving us forward or dropping us by the wayside. As conscious species, we have the option and we have the responsibility to take in hand our own evolution. We can do that because we are a part of it. We are in it. We are a potential, conscious, rational part of it. Let's be more than just surface rational. Let's use our spiritual insights. Let's use our deepest sense of who we are to articulate what we are doing on this planet and how to go forward. I have some thoughts on this, but let's discuss it now openly with Jackie. How do we go forward? What is really the true issue, given that we need to evolve consciousness? What is your advice?
Well, let me talk a little bit about what I mean by evolving consciously in the first place, because maybe people are like, yeah, that certainly intuitively makes sense, but how do I know if I am evolving consciously? So when I'm talking about conscious evolution, I am really talking about people shifting how they see themselves and their relationship to life, the relationship to the universe, the relationship to the world outside ourselves, and moving consciously from a level of consciousness that perhaps people are just barely surviving. They're resigned. It's just too hard. Just screw it. Life is just too much. Blaming other people, feeling like I'm the victim of my circumstances. Moving up in evolution, in conscious evolution, to okay, if I work hard enough, maybe I can get by. So moving from resignation to hard work. I call it going from survival consciousness to stress consciousness. I got to work hard. I got to do a lot. And you see this all around us in the industrialized nations. Everyone is feeling a lot of stress. Everyone feels too busy. They have too much to do. That is a pervasive level of consciousness in our world today. Life is coming at us really fast, and we're swimming really hard trying to keep up. But if we continue to grow in consciousness, the focus of life becomes more internal. So instead of, yes, there's so much coming at me and I've got to work hard, it's more aware. Yes, there's a lot coming at me. And what am I going to choose? How am I going to interact with the world? How am I going to choose to spend my time, my money, my resources, seeing myself as the conscious co-creator of how life is unfolding? And then, of course, as we continue to grow in consciousness, once we've accomplished that level of kind of transformation of my experience, the next level is where we enter into this piece of oneness, peace, tranquility, equilibrium, and equanimity. So as we grow in consciousness, we move. And as I've watched over my own spiritual development, psychological development, I've watched myself, from going back very early in my 20s and 30s, homeless, depressed, addicted, domestic violence, blaming the world for all of my problems, and then getting healthy, becoming a psychotherapist, going to psychotherapy, going to 12-step programs, recognizing my own experience in life, that I'm creating it. And now, of course, as a spiritual teacher and consciousness teacher, recognizing that life is beautiful and magical, and that this is so important, there is no private good and there is no private harm. So it makes no sense to try to one-up another person, because then you're just putting yourself down. And every time you help humanity grow, change, to become more loving, more peaceful, more accepting, all of humanity benefits from that growth. So that's what I mean by conscious evolution, getting out of any sense that you're the victim and life is happening to you, to recognizing that you are the magical co-creator through what you believe, how you think, how you feel, and what attitudes you hold, your perceptions. Recognizing that as you begin to craft and consciously choose your beliefs, emotions, attitudes, and thoughts, your life changes dramatically because you are at that point creating a different vibratory pattern, a different frequency around you, so that life brings you different experiences. So that's a little bit, Ervin. I can certainly say more, but I don't want to go on until dinner time with all of my thoughts about the evolution of consciousness. Anything you'd like to jump in on there?
This is absolutely vital, essential. You know, I recall a greeting that was very popular in Star Wars. May the force be with you.
With you, yes.
The force, what force? The life force, the force of evolution, the force of moving forward in tune with the universe, in tune with the world around us. Because we are not here by chance, and we are not living in a random universe where anything can happen with equal chances. We are living in a universe that is evolving in a specific direction. The overall direction can be foreseen, can be distinguished. We are moving from 13.7 billion years ago, a chance, chaotic universe, a chance-governed universe of plasma, randomly swirling, moving toward higher and higher levels of coherence. Einstein said the most remarkable thing about the universe is that it is coherent enough so that we can understand at least some of it. There is an overall pattern moving what the Greeks called chaos to what they called cosmos, from chaos to cosmos, from chance, from randomness, from chaos toward higher and higher levels of order, innate, inner or internal order. Nobody's imposing it from the outside. There is no outside to this process. This is the universe. This is evolution on the planet of which we are a part. And this evolution is directed. How it is directed is by itself. It's the same way as any group of quanta in a quantum field is not purely due to chance how it's evolving. One example is that the physicists know very well the so-called Pauli exclusion principle, the principle that shows that electrons are joining electronic shells or shells around the nucleus of atoms, and joining it specifically only in those in which they can integrate. Not by chance, they are building together systems, not just heaps, agglomerations, but truly dynamic systems, integral. This drive toward integrality, toward oneness, toward wholeness, is what is expressed in us, in sensitive people, as love for what there is, not because we want to get something out of it, but because we feel that we are part of a truly miraculous process. Right. Love is love or coherence. Coherence is love around us. This is how it emerges. This is how it's manifested. Now, to pursue coherence is to act with love for love. And coherence is the mastermind, the master direction of the universe. Yeah. It means that all parts of our body are finely tuned to all other parts. It means the whole body is finely tuned to the surroundings around it, to every other human being, to every other living thing, to the whole planet. But we are disregarding, we are often acting as though this didn't exist or it is no concern of ours. And that's a mistake. We have moved on in such strong ways, in many ways, onto artificial directions, being governed by the technological possibilities, by possibilities of financial gain for ourselves or for political influence. And that means that we are disregarding the overall pattern, the pattern toward coherence, toward love, toward oneness. And that is no longer just spiritual insights or spiritual beliefs. It is scientific fact, and it is a very practical, pragmatic fact. This move towards coherent evolution is our key to survival, is our key to develop and to become what we truly can be, a conscious person, a conscious being a positive element of that development, which we call evolution, which encompasses all things in this universe, rationally, knowingly, with spiritual insight, with determination, with courage. We need all of that to move forward, because we are a one species, we are a oneness on this small planet, and that oneness has to either develop or it'll fall by the wayside. So it's persons like you, Jackie, it's people's teachers like you, we have a better chance of moving forward. We need to understand from science, from psychology, from biology, from ecology, and from intuition, yes, our own deepest intuition. We need to understand that we are love-oriented, coherence-oriented beings whose only way forward possible is to move forward, is to move together in oneness. There is no separateness. There is no one, I'm doing one thing, you're doing something else. We are all doing it together. Quantum physics tells us there is no separateness. What I do, it not only affects others, it is simultaneously in the others. So the great lesson, and then I'll hand it over again to you so you can wind up. The great lesson is that the universe is governed by an innate impetus. It used to be called the life force. Henry Bergson and other great scientists called it then. As I said, Star Wars rediscovers this in a fictional way. But everything is moving together in an evolutionary pattern. And that pattern is our passport to develop, to be part of it. To be part of it, we need to attune to each other, to the world around us. An important quote, and then I'll hand it over. An important quote by Margaret Mead, the great anthropologist, is said, "Never doubt the power of a small group of people to change the world." That's true. Now, small groups of dedicated people can change the world, provided they are conscious of where they are going, provided they are living consciousness, they are evolving consciousness, evolving toward this oneness, toward this love, which is part of nature. We feel it. Sensitive people feel the satisfaction, the joy when things come together, when they are in sympathy, when they are in synchrony, when they are moving in a oneness, their direction in which everything falls into place. The music of Mozart is perhaps, to my mind, as I was a former musician, to my mind is the greatest example of how everything and every single note in an ensemble of notes can be on its proper place without any thought that it could be something else. It must be that way. This directedness, this innate direction that gives us tremendous satisfaction, gives us joy, gives us knowing that we are part of an evolutionary process which is toward oneness, towards striving, toward working so that all things can evolve together with all other things. That is our great mission, our sacred mission. We conscious beings have a responsibility not to let things happen as they may happen by chance, but to take an active hand and to attune to what we are and what the world is around us. Living in attunement. That is, I think, very much also the teaching of you, Jackie. I think that is very much a leitmotif of this series of conversations on upshifting. We can upshift if we attune to the world around us, if we become part of it, if we become one with it. A great task, but it is a necessity. Either we master this task or we risk serious breakdowns and ultimately even extinction. Jackie, let's see your wrap up, your conscious advice, your thoughts. How do we proceed consciously to live in a way that all can live, that all can thrive together on this small and precious planet.
It's a beautiful, I mean, I could play that over and over again, Ervin, what you just said in my ear. I love what you're talking about, the natural evolution, the evolution of humanity toward oneness. And yet people say, well, but look around at what's happening. There's such division and such breakdowns and such difficulty in our current cultural experience. And I just want to say to people that things always break down before they break through. And it's almost like we're in an evolutionary slingshot right now, where perhaps we are being pulled back to a time of greater separation and less human rights and more strife, more difficulty. But just like when when the slingshot is let go, things propel forward at a more rapid pace than you can even imagine. So that's where I think we are, that we're having some current strife and difficulty in this era, but we're in an evolutionary impulse of growth that's about to thrust us forward. So what are the best things that people can do to be a part of that conscious evolution? The first and most important thing is to quiet your own mind in the midst of the chaos that you may be experiencing. And the best way to do that is through meditation. And I've spoken to thousands and thousands of people who said, oh, Jackie, I've tried that. I just can't meditate. To which I say, that is why they call it a practice. And the latest neuroscience research has shown that even 1 minute of meditation, just simply quieting your mind and following your breath, 1 minute, 4 times a day, is the neurological equivalent of 20 minutes of seated meditation. So finding, 4 different times throughout your day, when you first start your day, before you get out of bed, before you put your hands on your computer, as you wrap up your workday, and when you go to bed at night. Those are 4 unique times to meditate for 1 minute. What happens when you quiet your mind is that the universe is you're actually able to hear the evolutionary impulse of the universe. Your sense of stress goes down, your sense of love, peace, equanimity goes up, and yes, you experience greater balance and greater joy. So that's the first thing I would say for people who are really committed to being part of this evolutionary impulse. Number 1, just take a few minutes, 1 minute, 4 times a day to quiet your mind and relax. And maybe you'll do that for a few days and be like, well, I don't feel anything. Allow your neurology to do its work, because this is absolute science that when you quiet your mind, the universe is able to speak more clearly to you and you enjoy less stress, greater joy, greater peace of mind. The second thing I would focus on, Ervin, is exactly what you just said, and it is that we are here to love. So, we're being inundated right now, a cultural time that we have information overload. So rather than spending tons and tons of time on social media reading, disgruntled posts from people on different sides of the world spectrum, perhaps spend that time reading inspirational material. I'm not saying put your head in the sand. You do need to know what's happening around you, but fill your mind with high vibration thoughts and emotions through inspirational reading, through listening to great shows and podcasts like this, TV shows that Ken Foster runs. There's so much positive media out there, and allow yourself to be a part of that. And the third thing I'll say, and then I'll wrap up here, is please know beyond the shadow of a doubt that your life matters. You are part of the conscious evolution of humanity. And anytime you reach out with an act of kindness, that you make a donation to something that you care about, that you help your neighbor next door with a simple task that they need help with, you are creating a vibratory pattern that elevates consciousness on the planet for everyone. So be involved in your relationships, bring love, bring kindness, and yes, bring joy to all that you do. And I am saying that as somebody who has recovered from long-term chronic depression. I know some people listening to this are like, oh, bring joy, I can barely get out of bed. Then your job today is get out of bed. And then your job tomorrow is to get out of bed and do one simple thing that's good for you. And then maybe the next day, one simple thing that's good for somebody else. Take care of yourself and take care of each other.
Jackie, never has there been a wiser word spoken than this. I'm so delighted to hear it. It is things that I always try to maintain myself, to realize that we live in a universe that is purposive, that evolves, not by chance, evolves forward. And you have the privilege to be a conscious part of this evolution.
It is a privilege. It's a joy to be a part of it.
But it entails a responsibility at the same time. It's a privilege and a responsibility. The privilege we know, we have to make use of it. But the responsibility is not to let it go, slide around, slide by. Make use of it, grasp it, feel the love, feel the satisfaction when you see something coming together, when something is in symphony, in sympathy, in harmony. That is a great, great evolutionary plus, to be sensitive to that and to act in a way that the world around you becomes more and more harmonic. Because this chatter, these problems that we face today, as you mentioned, is a transitory temporary phenomena. We cannot live on that. We would all die out if we continue on this level of stress and this level of incomprehension. But we are moving towards a higher level because we are part of a process of evolution that has been known in the physical sciences, a bifurcation of the pattern of evolution, of the leading edge of evolution, moving into something else. And the bifurcation is always temporarily, transitorily chaotic. It always moves through chaos toward a new level of order. This is the birth pang of a new order, a planetary order. On the positive side, think of that. We are already moving in the direction of all of humanity. All of humanity is stressed, it has disunity, but we are dealing already with the level of the planet on practically every form, about its ecology, about its politics, about its economics, about its psychology. We are moving onto the level of the planet. It's an evolutionary process. We have got to overcome the dangers of becoming chaotic in this process and moving consciously forward in the direction of evolution, which is a direction of coherence communicated to us as an element of love.
Yeah. So beautiful.
Let me just say again, what you've been saying, Jackie, is exactly what I have in mind. It's expressed beautifully. Please consider that we are both saying the same thing in our own way. And this thing needs to be said, because that's our hope. That's our chance to evolve, to see beyond the surface problems, the breakdowns, the disunities, the conflicts, to find out that we are moving toward a higher level of unity and order, no matter how difficult it may seem to reach it. We are holotropic, that's an expression I have to use. Oriented is a tropism, an attraction toward wholeness. That's part of our most basic physical nature. That's part of our psychology. That's part of the life, of the pattern of life around us. So attune with it, live, strive, be one, be coherent with yourself and with the world around you. Jackie, you are showing how this can be done. Yes, it can be done. And it's teachers like you help us do it. So I'm so delighted to have had you here, the chance to meet with you, to talk about these things, and to record elements of this great, great challenge that we face today, to overcome the temporary chaos that is engulfing us, and recognizing that this is part of a process of reaching to a new level, a higher level. So thanks again for being with us, and thanks for everybody who is following us. Let's try to come together, be coherent together, and love unconditionally everything and everybody around us.
Beautiful. It's been my honor. Thank you so much, Ervin.
For our audience, this is one of those experiences that you probably want to listen to a few times. There was some very deep conversation, and there's some pieces here that we can apply in our life. But my mentor taught me that repetition is the mother lode of success. So repeat what you've heard, listen to it over and over again, and most importantly, we all encourage you to apply this to your life. Again, thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And now we're going to have a meditation session by Sadhviji. Please enjoy.
What a joy and what a blessing to be together at this Upshift Summit. This is what we need to shift our awareness, our thoughts, our hearts, and our consciousness into their true expanded state. That's all we need, because when we are in that state of true expanded awareness, expanded consciousness, with open and expansive minds and hearts, all of the problems that we are facing today will be solved. They come because our minds are closed, our hearts are closed, our vision is narrow. As we rise up, shift upwards, we open. And in that opening, we have a ripple impact of love, of peace, and of healing upon the planet. It doesn't take anybody else. It happens from within. And when each of us energetically becomes upshifted, then our own energy changes. And then the energy that we share and we spread in the world changes. We're not just magnetic receivers, we are transmitters. Most of us these days in our states of anxiety, of fear, of anger, of outrage, we feel like we are just receiving negativity, receiving pain, receiving despair, receiving fear. But we have to realize we actually have the power to be transmitting love, hope, truth, oneness. But it has to come from within. Let us take a few moments as we gather with such wisdom, such clarity, such inspiration from so many people. Let us take a moment to just make sure that our own inner vessel is ready to receive. Because the only way that we're going to bring a shift in the world is when we are connected. When we are just angry and outraged, that's what we bring to the world. And sure, it's great as a catalyzing energy, no problem. But then we need to know where we're going. And if we're not deeply connected to ourself, to source, then we don't know where to lead, where to go. And then all we end up doing is shouting into the ether, screaming into the void, banging our heads against real and metaphoric walls, spitting missives on Facebook that only our own followers already read, or in videos that only our own followers already listen to. We're not effectively bringing change. In order to do that, we have to anchor and ground and be connected to that source of wisdom in the universe, the source through which seeds sprout into trees and give fruit, the source through which everything in nature knows exactly how to heal itself, how to right itself, how to protect itself, and how to survive. So together, we anchor, we connect, and then from that connection arises courage. Because it needs courage. It needs courage to stand and to make decisions, to make choices, to walk paths that may not be that which others are walking. It needs that courage. And out of the courage arises creativity. Because the problems that we're facing are very different than problems that we have faced before. We need courageous, creative solutions. And in order to get that, we need the connection. And lastly, out of that connection and courage and creativity arises in our hearts deep compassion. And that compassion becomes the energy that fuels us. So what begins as anger and outrage and fear, as we connect to source, as we connect to self, as we connect to the divine in all, the courage, the creativity, and the compassion sprout and blossom. And then we become those energetic transmitters into the world. So let us spend just a few moments meditating together in which we anchor in to that source of energy, of healing, of clarity, of wisdom, and of knowing exactly how and when to act. Just take a moment and allow yourself to unhook the awareness from all of that which is constantly changing in the world around you. The sights, the sounds, the sensations. Unhook from that constantly changing world to that which is eternal and unchanging, the self. And allow yourself to use your breath as a magnet and an anchor for your awareness. So just allow the awareness to anchor into your breath as it flows in and flows out. Not trying to change it, not counting it, not even paying attention to whether it's long or short, deep or shallow. We're not labeling, we're not judging. We're simply bringing the awareness to the breath, giving it a place to anchor. And as you exhale, allow yourself with each exhalation to let go. Let go of another story that you tell yourself. Let go of another pattern of thought in your mind about who you are or what the world is. Just exhale and breathe them back into the universe. Let go of the identifications, the personality, the history. Just gently allow yourself to exhale it out. And as you exhale, allow yourself to drop deeper and deeper into the very core of your being, into that source within you, that source of light, that source of love, that source of peace in you. Just exhale and drop deeply into it. And on each inhalation, allow yourself to take in that sacred life force, that prana. We breathe in not only oxygen, but we breathe in prana, life force. Feel it come into you. It's the same energy that has run this universe since the time of the Big Bang. The energy is not produced or destroyed. That same energy that created the planets and the moons, the oceans, the continents, the rivers and the trees. The same energy that creates the stars, the rainbows. Allow that energy to come into you on each inhalation. Breathe it in. And feel that sacred prana touching and illumining every cell of your being. And on the exhalations, continue to let go. That which is stuck, that which is narrow-minded, that which is false, that which is old, stale. Just exhale and let it go. And sink deeper and deeper into the source within yourself. That same source that is inseparable from the source of all of creation. Slowly and gently, bring the palms together at chest level in Namaste. And bow your head to that presence of the divine. that presence of the source of light, the source of love, the source of creation within you. And gently rub the palms of your hands against each other. Press the palms of your hands into your closed eyes. And slowly lower the hands and open the eyes. You are the solution. Each of us, individually and collectively, we are the solution. When we anchor deeply, when we rise, truly upshifting, as we rise together, we will bring about an experience in this world, as this world, of that which we see, of that love, of that oneness, of that unity. But it takes each of us. So beautiful to be together. Let us keep gathering. Let us keep uniting. Let us keep remembering and reminding.
And this was the end of day 2 of the Ervin Laszlo's Global Upshift Summit. I hope that you enjoyed it and you learned so much from it. I certainly did. So if you have friends and family and maybe just know others that you think would benefit from joining the Global Upshift Summit and watching the videos, make sure you share the upshiftsummit.com with them. Ask them to register. And you can watch for free. It's a wonderful way to spend the days. Maybe if you can't watch all the videos, you can watch it in the replay. So hopefully you're not gonna miss anything. But if you did, you can still watch everything on the 5th day. And maybe if you're interested to watching more of these kinds of in-depth upshifting conversations, check out the voicesofcourage.com/upshift website, where you can purchase either the 25 video package for the Upshift Summit series or the full package with the 55 videos for the entire Upshift conversation series, which is a lot. It's amazing. Really, it's related with so much love, and Dr. Laszlo's essence really shines through. So I'm just so happy that we have all these videos and he's enjoying doing them. So originally, as I mentioned before, we're supposed to do 52 videos. So 1 video per week. You would have 52 videos, so 1 video per week. The idea was to stop at that part, but now we're at 55, and maybe by the time we finish this Upshift Summit, there's going to be even more bonus videos. So it's just something that keeps coming. I think it's a really nice thing for buy for yourself as a gift, or maybe to somebody else. Sometimes it's hard to give gifts to people, and why don't you give them the gift of consciousness? So just an idea. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us on day 2 of the Global Upshift Summit. See you tomorrow on day 3. Bye.